carry on a conversation, you leave the room so others can hear. So that's about it. And we're going to wrap this up, keep working this, and then we'll go to public comment. So I think we're about ready to get started again. I think we're on, just finished up slide 49. We're ready to transition to current property tax relief, active and inactive.
That is
That were
correct,
you
Mr.
guys?
Chairman. Yep,
Okay, everybody good? Committee's all here? Okay, please proceed.
absolutely. So current property tax relief in our statutes. The first one, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, let me move something out of the way of my screen here. First one is the Veterans Property Tax Exemption. That is a currently funded property tax relief in Wyoming. And it's certain veterans that qualify. They qualify by either dates that they served or medals that they have or disability. And so that this one continues to be a program that's been around a long time. Typically, the veteran, the qualifying veteran saves around $200 a year on their property tax, or they can use it on their vehicle, which saves them $90 a year. So that is a current program that has been continually funded by the legislature.
This is off topic, Mr. Chairman. You might have said as I was walking in, but a lot of people, you can see we're starting to lose our public here. When are we going to go to public comment? Because a lot of them have made other arrangements that things they have to do this afternoon. Thank you, sir.
Sure, and I think, and I talked about before lunch, we'll wrap this up and then we've got that little matrix to roll through, and we could even do public comment before the matrix if we wanted to, that'd be fine. But we want to wrap up this presentation and then we're pretty much done and we're on public comment. So you bet, that's okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, yeah, we're getting very close to the end.
Sure.
All right, the other program that is currently funded is the property tax deferral program. It's actually doesn't need to be funded because it defers property tax, but note that only Teton County is using this program. So the rules need to be promulgated by the county commissioners, and Teton County is the only county that has been using this. This is where you defer your taxes or up to half of your taxes. And you have to meet some qualifications, 62 years old or older, handicapped, and you purchase the property 10 years prior. So this is something that is available for the counties to look at and promulgate rules around.
You know, we had a bill last year to make that a state program, run it out of your department where folks, it'd be easier to apply, frankly. You don't have to go down and see your neighbor and say, I want a deferral. I mean, it could be it's not a one size fits all, but there's some of these places that have, Teton County, obviously, if you've been in Teton County in the same home for 50 years, it's a different issue than the rest of us, right? And so that bill, I think, I don't know, I think it's a good option to be out there though, to make it a state program, but
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to clarify, there is funding. So what happens for example, in Teton County, they set aside, Teton County commissioners set aside X amount of dollars to pay those taxes. They go ahead and pay the taxes on behalf of that property owner, and then they put a lien on the property so that
right.
when certain circumstances arise, then that lien comes due. So on the statewide program, it would be similar. There would need to be a funding mechanism for the Department of Revenue so that we could go ahead and pay those taxes on behalf of the taxpayers.
Right, at a very nominal interest. I mean, for the thought is with, folks who've been here their whole life. And so-
Throughout the
okay.
years, the discussion has been that they prefer not to have a lien filed on their property.
Okay, very good. Next. That was page 52. Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment on the deferral program and a question. Since the state has had the opportunity to implement a program, has there been any participation yet? And is it implemented?
Mr. Chairman, that bill did not pass.
Okay,
That bill, I think, I think it passed the House. That bill had, I wrote it down here somewhere. That passed the House. It failed in Senate revenue, I think, is where it. But I think committee, as we learn more about it, that's another good option out there, but to make it a state program. Go ahead, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But the participation rate was very low at the county level. Is that correct? Can you?
There's
talk
only
about-
one county, yeah, it's because
One
it's
county.
county funded right now,
Right, but the participation at that one county was also low.
right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is
Yeah.
my understanding. And correct me if I'm wrong, and I am going to look to the Sheridan County delegation, that I believe when the law did pass, that Sheridan County did promulgate rules, but I don't know if the program was ever funded and actually made available. But that would be something that the Teton County Commissioner, Assessor, Treasurer could actually speak to.
Next is page 53.
Page 53. Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is the property tax refund program. As you know, this changed last year in last year's session. And it opened it up for more property owners to use it. It is funded at this time. And I don't know if the director has anything to add on that.
I think we'd like to know how the utilization, for sure, how it's being.
So, Mr. Chairman, my goal was to have all the mail opened and have a good count for you, at least total applicants. And unfortunately, we were not successful with that. So we have tracked a little over 6,000 applications at this point, but we have at least 2 large mail bins that we're still opening. And so I'm guesstimating probably 8,000 applications. Now that is compared to the 4,400 applications we had for 2021 refunds and 3,085 that qualified. I can tell you of this ones that we've opened and keyed in, we've already sent out over 2,000 refund checks. So I will definitely, by the next meeting or prior, once I get some better numbers, I will definitely report to this committee. It should be noted that by law, we have to have all the refund checks out no later than September 30th.
Work on that next.
Going to the county property tax refund program. Currently here, you'll see that there are Lincoln, Converse, Teton, and Sublet on my slide. But as you found out this morning from the County Commissioners Association, Albany County is one to add to that list. And talking with a few of the counties, I talked to the Albany County Assessor to see what their rules look like and if they were like the state rules, and they said they were very similar.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Okay, and that's the result of another bill. That bill we passed cleaned this up, made them kind of work together instead of overlapping. And that seems to be working all right then.
Mr. Chairman, yes, as you stated, the original law, when they added the county option, it mirrored and it had the same timelines for applications and refund checks. And we asked that it be amended, joint effort between the county treasurers and the Department of Revenue, that the county option would follow. And so you'll see in this summary that the application time period is in September. And then the checks must be cut by the county treasurers no later than December. And so it'll be interesting. By the next legislative session, we'll know who took advantage at the local level. The law does allow them to have different criteria for the qualification and for the amount that they will pay. The law does state that no instance shall the refund be more than 100% of the tax bill paid by the taxpayer. So with the 75% that the state program will pay, up to the 1/2 of the median residential property tax bill for the county where the property is located. So if for example, if my tax bill was less than, if the median was $950 and my tax bill was $950 or less, I could qualify for 75% at the statewide program. And then if I'm in one of these 5 counties, I could get the other 25% as well. So we'll have to just see where that all lands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now going to the currently inactive programs. Currently, there is a homeowner's tax credit. I honestly don't know the last time this was used. You can see it varies by the value of property, and it was a $40 to a $100 tax exemption. I'm thinking that the language in this law is probably centered around homes that were of lesser value at that time, just that time period. So, and the director can expand on that for sure.
Mr. Chairman, I had provided the Revenue Committee with a white paper last year related to the homeowner's tax credit that sometimes this is a little confusing because it was changed to be called the homeowner's tax credit. It used to be called the homestead exemption. It was for those property owners, their primary residence. But the current language that's in law was prior to us being on fair market value. So we would need to look at that homeowner's tax credit and make some amendments. I believe House Bill 98 from 2023 session started to look at making this program more current in its dollar amounts. I would be of course, willing to send you the white paper that I did last year, because I know many of the members have changed. There's many options with this homeowner's tax credit that could be implemented.
The note is on here, House Bill 98, tried to change that. The way we changed this is pretty big, about $330 to every residence in Wyoming.
And Mr. Chairman, the criteria
deal.
for qualifying is certainly at the
Yeah.
purview of the legislature. So
Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
This one's currently unfunded. A tax rebate to elderly and disabled program. It last was funded in 2015, beginning in 2016, it was unfunded. You can see the eligibility requirements there. And who the contact information, Department of Health rules and regulations are the rules of this program. So I won't obviously read the whole thing in concentration of time.
Okay. Questions? Okay, next.
And that's currently all of the property tax relief in the current statutes. The next slide will be just a short discussion of appeals. This is property tax is kind of unusual. It's really the only tax or you're not really appealing the tax, you're appealing the value, but it's the only one that you can actually ask questions about. If you go to your local store and you buy merchandise that you have to pay sales tax on, you can't just say, no, I'm not paying that sales tax and walk out with the items. So it is very unique. So in Title 3913-109, there's a couple definitions that I wanted to make sure you were familiar with. We have the review. And so that review is an initial meeting between the property owner and the county assessor. And at that time, the county assessor shall disclose information sufficient to permit identification of real estate parcels used by the county assessor in determining the value of the property at issue. That could be statements of consideration that we mentioned earlier of like properties and geographic location. A lot of counties will hand out list of sales that were used to value that neighborhood. So I think probably done a lot of different ways, but enough information to know exactly what sales were used in the valuation of the property at issue. Upon request, the county assessor shall disclose information of indicating why certain properties was not used in determining the value of the property at issue. So in other words, the county assessor found a sale to be invalid. Maybe they found it was between related parties, a father sold to his son, or something like that. And it was not an open market sale. So the county assessor decided not to use that sale. And then we have the term contest. Contest is a formal appeal filed with the County Board of Equalization. So the formal appeal is forwarded to the county clerk, and the county clerk is the secretary to the board, or the clerk to the County Board of Equalization, or CBOE. They schedule hearings, and it's an administrative hearing, and evidence is exchanged 30 days before the hearing. It is the discovery hearing. As it goes through the process, there's really not an opportunity to submit new evidence. So really at this very first level, the County Board of Equalization, who happens to be the County Commissioners, that is the evidentiary hearing. They meet and they have to have a decision out by October 1st. And that decision can be appealed by either party, either the assessor or the appellant. And that can be appealed to the State Board of Equalization. After that, the State Board of Equalization's decision can be appealed to district court and then ultimately the Wyoming Supreme Court. I will note that if the assessor probably does not have standing to go to district court, depending on the situation. And of course, the County Board of Equalization, for any reason that they feel that they shouldn't hear the case locally, they can certify that to the State Board of Equalization.
Just so we can write these dates on the side, just tell us when that final tax notice, when the 30-day begins. What date is that?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So to appeal, it's 30 days after the assessment notice.
And that notice has to be delivered by when?
It has to be sent by the fourth Monday in April or soon thereafter.
So the end of April, basically.
Some send in March, Mr. Chairman. Some send early April, some send on that fourth Monday in April.
So the 30-day clock starts on
The mail date of that.
on the mail date. So it could be in March, the 30-day clock. Not,
I guess it could be, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, as you said, if somebody got it out early, okay, 30 days from the mail. All right. Because we looked at changing these dates a little bit and that kind of ripples through the system on Representative Swans.
Just quick question, statements of consideration. Does an appellant ever get an opportunity to look at someone else's statement of consideration? If did they have to do a formal contestation? When is that available to the taxpayer who wants to say, hey, my neighbor bought a house? And how do you make sure they're not just asking what their neighbor paid, but they're doing a legitimate contestation? How's that process work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so it's during that review process, they can see that. But let's say they're not contesting their property. Let's just say they want to know what their neighbor paid for the property, right? They just want to know. Most assessors will have them sign some kind of disclosure that they will not disclose that. But during that 30 days, those sales are open for folks to come in and see. But it is a misdemeanor to misuse those sales. So if you were an appraiser that came in to get those sales and then use them in your appraisals, that would be a misdemeanor. All right, just some thoughts on the constitutional amendment that passed last session. So historically, we've never had multiple levels of assessment on one property. You know, we talked about the levels of assessment where you have minerals at 100%, industrial at 11.5, all others at 9.5. So if this constitutional amendment does pass through the voters, now we have a fourth class. And assumingly that's going to be at a different level of assessment, would be my guess. So we'd like to ask the legislator some administrative questions of what is the intent of the legislature if that residential real property class is created? How would we value outbuildings, knowing that those are typically commercial? So we would have 9.5% on the outbuildings, the all other, and then let's say some other number on the residential class property. Multi-tenant complexes, same thing. We're not sure exactly we could have multiple levels of assessment in those cases. Titled mobile homes was not really talked about during last session, but mobile homes are personal property and they fit in the all other, the residential all other. And if you look at the constitutional amendment language, it says residential real property. So a mobile home is not real property, it is personal. So would they stay in the all others class, or is it the intent of the legislature to move them to the residential class? And then houses on agricultural land. I don't know if that's really a question because they are residential, but sometimes that house is actually sitting on the entire ag parcel. It's not split off separately. So just a question and something to give you food for thought as you move forward this session.
To follow up with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gill had talked about, outbuildings possibly being commercial. So that is the case on an agricultural income producing property. But let's just say you're a homeowner and you've got a couple of sheds, you've got a pole barn, you own 2 acres of ground. Right now, we consider that parcel to be residential and at the 9.5%. So the question would be, how does the legislature want us as administrators to, should those other buildings that aren't really residential structures, should they be in the all other category or should they be included in the residential? If we're doing just residential on the constitutional amendment, are we talking single family residential? Are we talking 4plexes? Right now, the State Board of Equalization has the responsibility for determining the format of the abstract that county assessors have to track every single piece of equipment, every structure. And anything that is 4plex and below right now is considered residential. Everything 5plex and above is commercial. Doesn't really matter because right now they're all at 9.5% of fair market value. Now that if we've got a situation where we're going to break out residential only, these are just some clarifying things that perhaps the legislature may want to consider this next session. And I'm sure that the assessors have additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so glad you brought this point up because I've been thinking about this amendment. And I spoke to it from the floor of the House at length, because if we do not change spending, then I would assume if we, as he had suggested, reduce the rate for residential, we would necessarily have to raise the rate somewhere else. And so if we have commercial as a separate group or subgroup, and my understanding is, as a business owner, it's really my understanding that if I get an increase in my costs, I just pass it on to my customers. So as far as I can tell, the very people we're trying to help, these residential people who own their homes and who frankly are the mass of the voters, they're going to end up paying less in property taxes, but their goods and services are going to go up because we're going to have to tax someone else if we don't reduce our spending. Is that an accurate statement?
Mr.
Correct.
Chairman, Representative Bear. The opening slide to this presentation is taxes are how we as citizens pool our resources to pay for things that we couldn't afford on our own, to buy, pay for infrastructure, maintenance, pay for services, law enforcement, all of those things. So taxes, whether you do it in sales tax, whether you do it in property tax, the budget is always the guiding light. And as far as exemptions, when you exempt property and remember, fractional assessment state, we don't assess at fair market value. We're a fractional assessment state. We've deemed that industrial property are going to be 11.5 and all other at 9.5. We've exempted the rest of that fair market value. Anytime you grant other exemptions, you shift that tax burden. You still have the same budget amount. So whether you're shifting the tax burden in the example of how we calculated a mill levy. Budget divided by assessed value equals a mill levy. If I've got a bond that has to be repaid, my budget is 1,000,005, my assessed value goes up, my mill levy goes down. 1,000,005, my assessed value goes down, my mill levy goes up. So what you've done is shifted that burden to the taxable value in the form of the mill levy. So you've got the basis of the tax, you've got the level of assessment, and you've got that, final tax amount in the form of a mill levy. And so all of those pieces have to be considered whenever you look at tax policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it sounds like you would agree with me that we're shifting the burden somewhere else. And ultimately, if I'm accurate about corporations just passing on their expenses to their customers, then the very people we're trying to help are going to end up paying that tax in another way. So it sounds like you agree with that statement.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I agree with that statement. And again, it's needing to clarify from the taxpayers of the state of Wyoming exactly what services they wish to pay for.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Mr. Chairman, that does get us to the last slide, but I thought I'd just go to the Department of Revenue's website, the Property Tax Division. A lot of this information that we provided today is found out here. Like for instance, if you go to the residential tab, you can get the annual reappraisal, the rules, what is tax, market versus taxable value, tax rates. There's forms out there, appeal process, and more information. You can click on the agricultural, get information on agricultural taxation and valuation. The tax relief, those same slides that we went through, they're right here in the tax relief. Tax district information, which we went through in the presentation this morning. Appraisal education, the classes that we as a department are offering to the assessor and their staff, because we didn't touch on that in the presentation, but the folks making valuation decisions in the local county offices, they must be certified as property tax appraisers by the Department of Revenue. So all of that is out here. Again, the director mentioned that assessment data download that is right here. I will warn you, it's a pretty large file because it's statewide. So it's a lot of information, and if you need help downloading that, let us know because we're happy to help and go from there. But
Statewide parcel viewer.
oh, also, yes, good point. Let me go back here. The director reminded me of this because this is very important.
Page.
We in the state of Wyoming have a statewide parcel viewer. It's called the Wyoming Statewide Parcel Viewer. We're one of very few states that actually have this. And it's an interactive map. It doesn't give a lot of information right here, but it does take you to the local assessor's mapping so that you can find out more information on each property. So it is very basic information out here, but we're one of the only states actually that have this. Montana had it, and from what I've understood, they've kind of let it go. So we're pretty proud that we have the statewide parcel viewer where folks can get information online.
And Mr. Chairman, that's a joint effort. That's all 23 county assessors providing shape files with our actual parcel boundaries. And then because we do have a statewide CAMA system, we can run queries and populate the attribute data so you can find out the size of the parcel, the value of the parcel. So right now, as it states right there, you can get access to 2023 values, ownership, all in one place for the state of Wyoming. You don't have to know that Lander is in Fremont County. You just need to know an address and you can find that parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Chairman.
it. I know Mr. Gott, you're kind of done, I think, for a while, but appreciate you both, and director will be back up later this afternoon. Okay, how many folks here, and I think I'll just hold a little bit on the matrix. And we'll, how many folks here, just raise your hand, would like to do some public comment? And that looks about like 20-ish. And then there's probably some in the other room. And how many online is there a half a dozen? Oh, just 2. So say we got 30 or 40 maybe that want to talk. So I think the main deal is just one person don't crush it for 15 minutes or something, and be respectful of each other's time. And so try to, and we're all gonna, anyway, so I'll just keep it that. First thing I'd like to move to, we always, folks, if this is your first meeting, are there any other elected officials that want to briefly address the committee on property tax issues? Go ahead, and actually there's 2 chairs there if you want to just fill those up. And the way this will work, these gentlemen will demonstrate, they'll just come up, introduce themselves, where they're from, and then they'll give us their brief comments. And so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Ken Pendergraft. I am the representative here in Sheridan for House District 29. We've sat here today and we've listened to a number of agencies go on at length about how they work. We've heard from the counties that apparently we can't afford any cuts without socialized redistribution of wealth. We can't continue to do what we're doing. What I haven't heard here, though I heard a lot of it in the back of the room when the room was full of people, and this is just an aside. I don't know who's responsible for booking and setting up this room, but it was woefully inadequate. A number of people have completely given up and left. We need to.
I agree. And I mean, we're grateful to Sheridan College and
Yeah.
hosting us, but I think you'd have a bigger, this is your town. You'd think you have a bigger place than this, I'm sure.
We do. There are facilities that would have hosted that
Yeah.
not only more
Yeah.
comfortably, but I also take a little bit of issue with the concept. And this goes on through the entire legislature, not just this committee, but the concept that we have all day to listen to agencies and then we get to public comment and everybody's limited. And I don't believe that that's really the way we ought to be governed, but that's personal.
Well, I think now just ease up here a minute. If you're here to give some testimony, but you don't need to.
No, I am.
Let me finish for a minute. While you're at the committee and you address the chair and you work through that, and we're here to listen to what you say. So we'd like you to get on and say it. And then we can get going on to some other people here in Sheridan County. So appreciate it. So we're waiting here for your comments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments are as follows. I represent somewhere around 9,000 people. I don't represent every single one of them, but I think many of them believe the way that I believe. And what we haven't heard today is from a homeowner's position. We're not really that concerned about the ins and outs and all the details about how those taxes are figured. What we're concerned about is we have seen an exponential tax increase and have not realized an exponential value in the services that we receive. In fact, we might even make an argument that they have been depreciated. I won't elaborate on that at this point. Taxpayers sacrifice continually. We pay for taxes through inflation, which is a product of vast overspending by the federal government. We contribute to that here in Wyoming with our addiction to federal funds and spending that money, which drives up inflation, and the taxpayers fund the bill. We also fund the bill for the actual taxation. We continually sacrifice, we give up, we reduce our budget, especially those who are on a limited income or have come to the end of where they're able to increase their own income. My question is, and I give my hats off to Representative Bear for touching on this, where has government sacrificed? Where have we cut back? We as taxpayers are hostages to a bloated and excessive government. Mr. Chairman, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. We need to focus on the essential services and do those well and stop trying to do things that we can no longer afford. It has gotten so bad, this spending problem, that we now have a tax on blue sky, unrealized financial gain. My personal home's taxes have doubled. And I've never seen a penny of that income, and I never will. We had at the beginning of this year, somewhere around $2 billion in windfall profit. We spent about what we took in property taxes, and we gave virtually nothing back to the taxpayers. And I think that is wrong. One other last comment specifically related to a lot of the testimony we've heard here. Representative Locke asked for a definition in statute of full value, which is required by the Wyoming Constitution. I have yet to hear that definition, and it is my suggestion and my plea to this committee that we begin the process of fulfilling our obligation to the Wyoming Constitution and defining what full value really means and solving that problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Pendergraph. Any questions, of the representative? Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here. I think Representative Alaman, I'm going to hit these elected folks, and you're going to be the first public comment. Okay. Representative Alaman, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm Bill Alaman. I represent House District 58 in Natrona County. Folks, we got a severe problem. These people in the state are hurting because we are too greedy. We're taking their money and we're spending it needlessly. And to prove that fact, each one of you have just got a handout. And what this is, it's 1,825 Natrona County voters who say, I want to read just a little part of this, of what they signed. This was a petition that was brought to us by a young lady in Natrona County, and she's here today and she will be up here. Her name is Rosemary, and she has worked tireless. And these 1,825 names she collected pretty much by herself. She did get a few last year, but most of them have been here very recent. And I'm not going to take up much of your time, but I just want to read to you what this petition says. Our property taxes have been on the increase for the last 3 years, and this year they are out of control. Having them being based on speculation and artificial inflated values, with entities applying mill levies at maximum tax rate, is straining all of our residents and especially our senior population. We want a referendum to our state laws. We want reform to the way property taxes currently stand. We want legislation to implement an acquisition valuation of our properties. Revenue would be equitable, more favorable to taxpayers, and provide for a consistent, stable budget for the state. That's all I have. I'm not going to bore you, but just keep in mind, 1,825 in Natrona County alone by one lady in a short period of time. Any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Members, any questions, Representative? Okay, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Is she here today? Okay, so we'll hear from her in a bit.
Yeah, she'll probably come up right now, right
Very
behind me.
Because I replied, well, I want to make sure any other electeds and then going with this man, but yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other electeds, the assessors, or do you want to go now or do you want to wait? Yeah, why don't you go now, and you have a handout for the committee. Go ahead and introduce yourself, where you're from.
Glenn Schultz, Wapiti, Wyoming. I passed out a handout to all of you on the committee. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
give us just a moment to find it, and it's right, folks, this is what it looks like. Is this correct, Mr.?
That's correct.
So this is what it looks like. You all have this on your desk. Does everybody have it?
I tried to be brief.
I just want to just give it a second to make sure everybody's got it. Okay, I think we all have it in front of us. Go ahead, Mr. Schultz, welcome.
Okay.
And thanks for driving over here today.
It was a long drive, especially going through the month. Okay, the first excerpt on the top is from schooldigger.com. They evaluate the school systems all through the country, every state by state. The one that it was evaluated at the top half of this page, that's just an excerpt of the 144 different schools in Wyoming. A few of the things, one of the things in the middle of the page I highlighted is because it was so extravagant is from Harmony Elementary School. And I understand this might be underprivileged or retarded children or something, but we're talking about that column where it says $47,000. That is per student. And there's 14 students in that school. That totals $663,000 and change dollars for 1 year for 14 kids. And to me, that's extravagant. Now, I agree there's others in that column that are not that large per student, but even if you look at school with 260 kids, $18,500 per student. That's one of the lowest ones here. Now, it just seems to me that we can do better and stop the waste. And all you have to do is go outside and look at the buildings on the site, and that's common to most school districts that I've seen in Wyoming and other places where they build beautiful buildings, excessively designed and very costly. And I think that's where a lot of the tax dollars go. Now, the bottom half of that page is an excerpt from National Assessment of Educational Progress. And since 2012, as you can see in the graph, the progress has gone negative, has gone down. Up until 2012, our school kids have been progressing. And especially in mathematics, went down 4.91% in just the 12 years or I'm sorry, 12 years. So although our tax bills have been going up and money has been poured into the school system for whatever reason, and a lot of it has to do with the cost of the buildings. And let's see where some of the property tax evaluations went up by 78.5% during the same time of 2012 to 2023. That went, tax dollars went up 78.5%. It just seems to me something is wrong with our system, and that cost per student is unbelievable. This is just an excerpt. I encourage everybody to go to schooldigger.com and look at all 144 school in Wyoming and see, evaluate that as I did here and crying your beer about it. That's all I can say. It's a terrible situation. The value of property, tax dollar, property tax, the value of property has is one component. The property value is a related income. And I think this may have been touched on in the earlier conference comments, but because of that, the property tax is income tax. Because the value of the property is going up, the property value related to income. So it's it is an income tax. Waste of property in unnecessarily costly structures. I just mentioned, look at almost every school, every newly built school not only in Wyoming, but in the country. They're unbelievable, costly buildings, and it's unnecessary to have those kind of costs put into a building that's teaching kids how to do reading, writing, and arithmetic. So that's, if there's any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them, but this pretty much says it all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Schultz? Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schultz, thank you very much for coming here and sharing this information. It's appreciated, and I think it's pretty clear that more money does not necessarily create a better result in education. And I thank you for pointing that out. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just want to point out on the NAEP scores, those cut scores don't go by percentages, so you don't divide the difference. Those are cut scores that move up and down like a high jump bar. So fourth grade on that first chart of reading and math, you put a percentage chart. And I think it's important for people to know our fourth grade reading scores are some of the best in the United States, certainly the best in the West, some of the best in the world. And all of our NAEP scores have done really, really, really well. And so I want people, I don't want you to think Wyoming's got unbelievably successful schools. Our kids who graduate high school in Sheridan do very, very well. And I think, and that combined with the lowest property taxes in America, we've got it really good. I just want us to, you said a narrative, but I want to also say a narrative. Are we going to try to deliver some relief to Wyoming people? Absolutely. We tried, we got some done last year. We're going to do more this year. But I just want to gently push back on that narrative that we're all going to heck here in Wyoming, because we're not. We've got so many blessings in this state. And,
well, I agree. We're
really
blessed in
appreciate it.
Wyoming. However, I want to push back on what you just said, because this is an unbiased representation of what's going on in not only Wyoming school, but I only printed a portion of the Wyoming schools. It's I have no reason to believe that they would falsify their information, but this is what they came up with.
yeah, no, I agree. Those cut scores don't work on a percentage like that. That's my main point on that. But I really, and I agree, this whole topic of spending and educating, it's been with us since territorial days. And it'll continue to be 100 years from now when we're still a state, and we'll keep working it. And
Doesn't
what
mean
we
we
do.
have to make it worse.
No,
Let's try to make it better. Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you. Yeah. I appreciate you. So thank you. Really appreciate you being here and your testimony today. So thank you, sir. And you're in Park County?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there then?
Since 99.
Nice. Well, I appreciate it. Okay. Did you have a question on Mr. Schultz? Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. It was good to see somebody doing the hard work of the data. It's been something that I'm a freshman legislator, but I've always had that question of why we always rank in the top 10 spending per pupil, and most of our company is big blue districts around the country. And, you know, I always hear that we have this rural business model, but Idaho and Utah also have a rural business model. And I've got a little sheet here that I was looking at. You know, we spend about $17,000 per student. It depends on which data you're looking at. A lot of people put out those reports, but Idaho and Utah always come in less than half per pupil on their education spending. So thank you for bringing that issue up today. And I'd like to get some answers of why we spend more than double of some of our neighboring states and our test results aren't really any different. So thank you for coming today.
You're not the only one, I'm sure.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Okay, any other questions, members? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Any other, or the assessor's going to come up? I got 2 chairs there. Just
Mr. Chairman,
hello, good afternoon.
we're going to be very brief.
Please introduce yourself.
Dixie Huxtable, Converse County Assessor, and here right now representing the Wyoming County Assessors Association. I'll be really brief just to answer a couple of the comments that were made this morning that referenced county assessors that might have an answer for some things. There was a question about cost tables, and these are in the order that I heard them this morning because I was putting them on my notes. Cost tables versus fair market value are market adjustments. The cost table increase absolutely did affect market adjustments that were put on properties in my particular county, and I'm only going to speak for Converse. Some of my market adjustments became negative. The cost tables were such an increase that I was able to put a negative adjustment on to bring those values down. So absolutely, increase in cost tables affected market adjustments. Every county is different. Every strata is different. Every neighborhood is different.
So that's an answer to that question from Representative Locke earlier today.
Correct.
So we appreciate that. Thank you.
The next question goes to the strata, the stratification. It absolutely is the county assessor's responsibility and duty to stratify the properties in their county. And it varies from county to county on how they do that, whether it be completely geographical, economic, social. Is there a school in the area? Is it a different taxing district? Different size of property, value of property? Maybe you have the high end versus a low end. And that's because we know our county's the best. We're the ones that can stratify that. But I want to remind everybody that each one of those stratifications have to be compliant. The state board and the DOR look at us not as a county whole only. They do look at us as a county, but they also look at each one of those stratifications. So we have to answer to them as to how we got that stratification and how that analysis fits and is compliant or not. So just to clear that up, the approaches to value. The assessors typically are members of the International Association of Assessing Officers. As a member of that, there are standards similar to what the realtors have to do to be a realtor. We have standards that we have to follow, and different types of property require different emphasis on approaches to value. There is the cost approach, the income approach, and the comparable sales. And obviously the different types of property, if it's an income bearing property, it may have more weight in the reconciliation process on the income approach. Whereas a residential property would have more weight on the comparable sales because you don't have income derived from a residential typically. So I just want to make sure everyone understands we consider all 3 approaches on every property. That's what we have to do to keep our standard and our ethics. But different types of property lend itself to a different methodology as the best reflective answer for market value. There was a question on appeals, and I'm going to use Converse County as the example right now because I don't have the statistics from everywhere. I saw about 150 people in my county during that 30-day window. At the end, I issued about 60 notice of determinations or corrected notices. Those were not all negatives or pluses. They were a mixture of both. Some were as simple as an address change. Some of them were as simple as a name spelt wrong. Some of them were increases. People thought I had the value too low. Seriously had that. I sent out 5. Ironically, those 5 people were trying to sell their house, but that's how that worked out. The majority of them were a change in value because we had corrected characteristics when we got a chance to visit with the taxpayer. I will have probably less than a handful go to appeal, and most of those will not be residential. That's Converse County and Converse County only. I want to wind up, and this is my president, Dave, from Sweetwater. The assessors want to be a part of the solution. We hear this every single day at our counter. We know there is a problem. So we have asked ourselves, and we have put a survey out there, and we have a meeting in July. The assessors will take on all this topic and try to come up with some solutions or support. But the questions we've asked ourselves, is the value the issue, the fair market value? Is it the tax that's the issue? Because they're 2 separate things. They're related, but they're 2 separate issues. Who are we trying to help? If we're trying to help someone, is it everybody across the board, or is it targeted? And can we administer whatever methodology comes up fair and equitably? Because that's what we are supposed to do. We may have a personal opinion on a tax policy, but we need to know that we can administer it across the board to everybody in a fair and equitable way, and try to come back to you with some ideas on the different methodologies that have been talked about today. What do we need to know to implement them in a fair and equitable way? And we hope to have some answers for you at the next meeting. But we want to be part of the solution. We don't want to be the problem. We just want to be helpful in any way we can. And with that, I would stand for any questions or ask Dave if he has any comments.
Okay, members, any questions? Assessor Huxtable, go ahead, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Ms. Huxtable. And I appreciate your comment that it's really important that we do determine, is it the taxation, is it the assessment? And I believe it is the, I mean, ultimately, it's what hits us in the pocketbook. It is the tax, but the assessment does get us there. So I think we need to look at that. And I appreciate the assessors working together to try to find a solution. And I look forward to hearing what it is that you guys come up with. My question was asked earlier, and I'm hoping that maybe you can shed some light on it. I'm trying to determine what is the efficacy of going to your assessor and trying to make a case that your assessment is inaccurate. And I would measure that based on the number of people that attempted it and were successful. Is there any kind of matrix or statistics that are kept in that regard?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, I'm sure there are some statistics that the state board would have some availability on, because they do ask that question of us. From my perspective, I talked to 150 people and sent out 60 changes, but as I said, those were all not residents asking for a reduction of value. So during the review period, there's a good opportunity for that taxpayer to come visit with us, correct anything that we have wrong, do a field redo, whatever we need to do. And many times that does result in a lower value. So if that's a win or a successful, then we'll count it in that column. To me, that's getting the facts correct. It's not because they appealed and I lowered their value. It's because we got the characteristics correct. Once you get past the review and you're going to the contested side of it, where they're going to actually file documents, I would say that's a pretty small margin of positive, because by then we've shared data. We've shared evidence. They've given us what they have. We've given them what we have. And if it's been able to be resolved using our appraisal methods, then we have. If not, it's probably more of a case where I just don't like that value. I want something less, but I don't really know how to get there.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Davis.
Yeah, I'm Dave Debus. I'm the Sweetwater County Assessor, and I'm also the president of the County Assessors Association. Back to Representative Bear's question, I think I can speak for most assessors and say we just want to get it right. You know, we're trying to make sure that we have all the characteristics correct. We want to make sure we have the quality correct. We want to make sure the condition is correct. We want to make sure that we're valuing the property in an acceptable manner, and we're coming up with an acceptable taxable value. Now, I've had multiple conversations with taxpayers who come in and we had something that wasn't quite right, whether it be the square footage on a finished basement or whether it be, you know, they think their condition is low. They've had a flood and we weren't aware of that. You know, that's where it comes down to the taxpayer letting us know that there is an issue with their property. I send out 25,000 tax notices. For the most part, my taxpayers have one. So at that point, during that appeal period, it is something where they need to come to us. And I even put on the back of our assessments that it's a conversation. When we talk about appeal period, it almost makes it sound like you need an appraiser, an attorney, and we yell at each other across a big conference table, and that's just not it. I mean, we live in these communities. We are residents. We go to the grocery store, we go to Walmart. We're there with these people. So we're trying to get it right. We're not trying to beat anybody up, but we have to make sure we're fair and equitable. You know, that's a term you're going to hear from assessors quite a bit going through this process, is we're just trying to make sure we're treating you just exactly like we're treating your neighbors. No better, no worse, just the same. And I think that's the goal for most of the assessors in the state of Wyoming, all the assessors in the state of Wyoming.
Okay, very good. Any other comments? President Block.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming. A couple of quick questions, by the way. Thank you for clarification that the cost tables have driven this. It was something that I was worried about and it concerned me because in the current environment, I think things might be in the last few years and things might have been a little bit different. So I thank you for clarification on that. Second thing is you mentioned that, yes, you define the strata, you do the stratification, if you will. But you kind of alluded to the fact that there's some guidelines or there's some boundaries that impact you. Can you elaborate a little bit so we can understand that a little bit better and where you have the power to make a difference and where you're running up against those boundaries? I mean, I'm not sure, maybe I heard you wrong, but I'd like to understand that better. Thank you.
Well, and I can speak for Sweetwater County, and I'll let Assessor Huxtable speak for Commerce County, but most of the work in Sweetwater County is geographic. Sweetwater County is a very large county. It took me, I think, 3 hours to get from one corner to the other because I had to leave Green River and then go to Rawlins and get up on the way to Casper to see bear oil. So, I mean, geographic is a big deal for me. I've got a lot of outlying areas that I group together. But like in the city of Rock Springs, for instance, we will have a subdivision that was very well established. It goes up to a certain point, and then later on, another subdivision was built in later. So the subdivision up on the top of the hill, bigger square footage, bigger lots, bigger year built or newer year built, those kinds of things. So you can stratify on a lot of different areas. But for us in Sweetwater County, at least it's geographic and then year built, square footage, those kinds of things. But you know, and I tell people all the time, a neighborhood isn't just for an assessor, a neighborhood isn't your neighborhood. An assessor's neighborhood is probably more like your neighborhood and 4 others, because we're grouping all of those together and we're looking at all of that in the mass appraisal system to make sure. And as Director Henson said, you need 5 sales in a neighborhood in order for that adjustment to be valid. So in that situation, what we're doing is adding to the sample size to get those sales. And basically it's blending that out. So you don't have a one weird sale that you can't kick out and make invalid, but you're grouping everybody together and blending all of those values together, all of the sales ratios, everything together to get those values in compliance. But again, for us in Sweetwater County, at least it's geographic is how the main strata that we use.
Okay, follow up? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just again, for clarification, so you're able to build out that stratification. Are there any particular boundaries you run into at the state when you're pushing that? And do you have the latitude to make the adjustments the way you need to without running into guidelines or rules that place boundaries on you that impede your ability to properly stratify?
Mr. Chairman, no, that as Assessor Huxtable said, that is completely at the discretion of the assessor. I mean, we live there, we know the area, we have the ability to make that neighborhood or that LEA, the land economic area. That's another tool we have. But all of that is at the discretion of the county assessor.
In interest of brevity, we're moving. You guys
Yep.
good? Anything else you want to share with us? Appreciate your clarification on those issues. You have a question? You need clarification? What? Go ahead.
Statement. I just want to reiterate what they said. These assessors do try to make this thing right. My personal experience, I found out that I was paying for more square footage in my home than I had. Went to my assessor. It wasn't during the time frame that you could make an appeal, but they did make an adjustment and I received a refund for previous year's taxes paid. So I know that the assessors are kind of caught in the middle here between the state trying to spend the appropriate amount of money and tax. So we do appreciate you. Hopefully you're not the focus of angst.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I don't see any other, oh, we do have elected official. I thought that was the end of the assessor. Okay, and then welcome. Introduce yourselves. Think they're working now? Very good. Thank you.
There we go. I think it's working. I'm Paul Fall, Sheridan County Assessor, and I'll let Pat do the talking.
Can I just so I don't forget, Co-Chairman Beitman, when you said Sheridan, never mind. He was having some serious travel problems and he's in Denver, I think, right now. And so he's trying to get here as fast as he can. So I just wanted to, when you said Sheridan, I wanted to remind the home folks
Appreciate it.
here. Okay, thank you. Assessor, go ahead.
Yeah, we're just here to talk about, Pat's gonna visit with you guys real quickly on doing a presentation, but I'm here as Sheridan County Assessor representing Sheridan, that we have seen the 3-4 year increases of 30 plus, 40 plus, this year 18 to 20. And I mean, people have doubled in 3 years and we're starting to feel the pain in my office. I'm lucky to have any employees, to be honest with you, that, are pretty much, it's getting out of hand. We need to come, hopefully you guys can come up with something and put a cap on it, do whatever it takes to make it right for everybody. That's all I got. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Pat Meyer, Park County Assessor, and we're basically, Paul and I are going through the same thing with Sheridan and Park County. And I know statistically, Wyoming looks really good, we're a great place, its taxes are cheap. But now we got to start thinking about what's fair with these increases. Now, another statistic for you is in the last 30 years, our average increase was 4 to 7%, and that's counting new construction as well. So now with us, we're Sheridan County and Park County, we got people coming to our counties to retire. Other counties, they come to work. They don't come to Rock Springs and Douglas and Gillette to retire. They go there for jobs. So we're under a little bit more of a strain. Now, I want to explain the two kind of tax systems. So it'll tell you what Wyoming can do and what they can't do. The first system is a budget-based system. That's the majority of the states that are on that. What that says basically is if your value goes up, doesn't mean your taxes are going up. They have the ability to lower the mill levy or to lower the rate, and vice versa. If they need more money, they get to go up there, they can raise the mill levies and they can lower the rate according to their needs, not just there. Now, Wyoming, the other system is a fixed rate system. A fixed rate system means if your value goes up, your taxes are going up and the money comes no matter what. So we're doing that. What we've been doing for the last year is studying tax caps, basically tax limits, tax caps. There's 25 states who have limits of how the increase can be. So a lot of people are scared of limits. Well, they shouldn't be. It's what we want to do is in October, we want to give you a full presentation on tax limits so you can make up your own mind, because we're looking for a long solution. We've been living off these mild increases, and now all of a sudden 2575, our average house now is 450,000. It used to be about 250. And a starter upper home is over 300,000 in Park County and Sheridan County now. Stuff that you got to do some work when you buy it. I watched one in the original town, 900 square foot house. all studs, was completely no drywall, no nothing. They paid $182,000 for it. They're gonna make some money off it too. They're gonna fix it up and probably sell it for close to 400,000. And we got the Airbnb problem too, you know? So we're gonna give you the information if you guys are interested. I mean, I didn't want to write that presentation out if we're not gonna get to do it. So I can show you and be able to answer all your questions, because you will have questions, no doubt. But let's just keep in mind, 25 states have been doing it, and we've studied it for over a year. We've contacted other states, other assessors, other Department of Revenues to see how it worked out. It looks like we have to have a constitutional amendment because the Constitution says fair, full market value is what you'll be taxed on. And looking at the other states that did that and comparing their constitutions, they all made a change to allow limited taxation. You know, you don't have to come up with a percentage, you know, I mean, limited taxation is always below market value. I mean, if the market drops, you don't go back to limited, you go back to market value. If the market value is below limited. The one thing you won't get is you're not going to get every dime out of the taxpayer. You know, it's as simple as that, but we haven't been for years. And we've been having good services around this state. We've been providing them on those kind of, and they're really, everything else that we're talking about, lowering the rate to 8.5%, for instance. Well, there's some, and then getting it, you know, some counties can't do that. You know, non-mineral counties, they go to 8.5%. These guys are under 200 million. The previous assessors, their values are in the billions. You know, Park County, we hit $1 billion, our largest valuation ever at $1.075 billion. But a lot of that was the production too. But even the local assessment going up at 25 to 45% a year. We did it again. So we doubled up. People's bills were $1,200, $2,000 more. And it happened again this year. And so far in July, our rural stuff's going up 24%. And Cody, again, is going up another 17% already, just looking at those things. So, I mean, our staffs are burnt out. We're burnt out. People are just coming. We don't dare tell them how great they have it in Wyoming because they don't want to hear that. But they didn't want to hear that 20 years ago when their taxes were going up $75. And I told them how great they had it. And I got brothers in Wisconsin and Illinois. No, they don't care about that. So with that, I'll take any questions from you.
Well, appreciate you both being here and I know you're doing your work on that and look forward to that in our next meeting and working with your colleagues and you kind of bring that to us. Really appreciate it. And, you know, and the issues are so different around the state. As you mentioned, these non-mineral counties, I mean, that's a whole different deal. But it is incredible. And where are all these people coming from?
Well, when we were tracking them, Mr. Chairman, in 2020, we had 1,500 from California. We had another 180 from Colorado. We had 100 and something from Montana. We had them coming from Washington. We had them coming from other counties, but they weren't coming here for jobs. They're coming here to retire or they get to work from home now. So living in Park County, working for a home, selling your house for a few million, you can still get a real nice house here. And they're all paying cash. Contractors have houses. They're waiting for them. We talked to one just a couple of weeks ago. He's got 5 people. He's building. They're all paying cash. So the interest rates don't matter. Now I would look for the small person with both of our counties. The median income is $64,500. I think he's 65 and I'm 64.5. But you can't get into houses in a nice house or an average house of $450,000 on that kind of household income. And that's the whole household. That's the median. What about the people making 30,000? We're in tourist towns, and we're losing help all the time. We've lost welders and stuff. They're starting to move out. And how can you be a bartender and waiters and stuff like that, or cooks? Our restaurants, they can't open for lunch because we can't find the help. and that's what they'll tell you. So that's our problem. I think we got a possible solution. We just want to present it to you and go from there.
Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Appreciate you being here. both of
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you. Who has, okay, Senator Pappas.
Yes, I just want to point out that that Pat brought this to us last year. And I thought it was a very, very good thing to pursue. I know it's going to be a heavy lift because it's going to require a lot of change, but I think the people in Wyoming are ready for this change. I do really think that it's a more equitable system. If we get to a budget-based system where we raise the money we need and we don't try to squeak every dime out of our taxpayers, I think it'd be much more equitable. So frankly, I think it ought to be the number one priority of this committee. And because I think the whole system, again, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pros and cons to everything. But other states are doing it. Many states are doing it. And so it's not like we have to invent the wheel, right? Not a new mousetrap. We just need to find the solution for Wyoming. And I think a budget-based system would do it. And, but it wouldn't, if we're going to have variable mill rate, be able to assess variable mills or whatever, it's going to require a lot of changing. So I'm looking forward to hopefully a very good presentation the next time so that we can get a handle on this. Because I think it's going to be our solution.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to respond to Senator Pappas. Now, going to a budget-based system in Wyoming would be really hard. I'm just talking about putting a tax cap. And the reason is we value oil and gas production at 100%. So now if the county, for instance, lowers $1 mill on the $450,000 house, that's $43 they make. But with minerals lost that you're never getting again, that's $375,000. So you'd have to solve that problem, which we tried back in 2015 by looking with a committee of legislators, elected officials, and so forth. I don't know if you were around, Representative Harshman, at that time we had that task force, but it didn't work out because we wanted to try to stay neutral and it didn't work out. But when tax policies experts said, that's the first thing you got to change. The other is education. They're guaranteed their mills, so they're not going to drop. They're guaranteed to have them. We would have to change that and make them actually budget for their money with a legitimate budget. I mean, that's what we would have to do. So that would be, but we could we could cap this.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to further discussion. Appreciate the work you've done on it, your service to your counties. So appreciate you. Are there any other elected officials here? I don't see any. Are there? Yeah. Any others? Come on up if there are. And we're just going to open up to general public comment. And I think there are half a dozen folks online. We try to like to get everybody here in the room that wants to testify. So just come on up. Actually, if you're next, fill up that chair so we don't have to wait. Keep filling up chairs as they come empty. We want to keep rolling. So just introduce yourself, where you're from. And
Rosemary Saban, Casper, Wyoming.
so you're the one that sent the email.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right. And I replied. Did you get my email?
Yes, sir.
I replied back. Very good. Well, thanks for being here.
Chairman Harshman and members of the Joint Revenue Committee. The petition I wrote that you all received an email and this cover letter is in support of the residents of Wyoming who want an acquisition value to remedy the real property tax issues that affect us statewide. These issues are not going to be resolved themselves without changes made by all of you as our representatives. Band-aid fixes, undelivered promises, and misunderstanding how property values are calculated aren't going to get the job done either. We need a solution in the immediate future, a guarantee for the future of the residents for which they have labored for and attained, those who provide for your very foundation as well. We want to see the acquisition value appear on the next ballot, not just the fourth proposed separate class, which will not be effective when the neighborhood assessment is increased. In light of the length of time we've experienced these effects and the seriousness of this issue, it warrants you knowing too that this collection of signatures was gathered mainly from one county by, in the majority part, by one individual, myself. Consider what the result would have been with more participation. Also know that we have united beliefs in what we want from around the state. We all want this issue taken seriously as it weighs very heavily on our minds and hearts, the people you've been elected to represent. We, the people, are speaking, so we do not wish this to be taken lightly and wish for the weight of this petition to be taken seriously. Again, this is a very real and serious issue. The 1,825 signatures attached are from the residents around the state of Wyoming in support of an acquisition value for Wyoming property taxes. This is the fourth consecutive year that many property owners have seen major increases in their valuations, even exponentially for some. It truly makes many of us feel that there is no incentive to make improvements to our properties so that those who did not labor for what we did may reap the benefits of what we the people have sown. Those who have come to the state paying above listed sales prices are leaving areas where the costs obviously have not had positive impacts, and it's affecting us here detrimentally. With the lack of population in Wyoming, one might logically believe this would be one of the last places in the country with true democracy exercised. However, the attitude seems to be quite the contrary. The feeling for many people is if they don't want to pay these obscene taxes on their own property, that they should sell to someone who will. The state of Wyoming has been dependent on oil, gas, and coal production bound to federal regulation for far too long and has proven its financial irresponsibility by way of doing so. Consequently, it has turned to the residents to compensate for poor decisions and planning. The last 4 years have been an arduous burden to the residents, and this year is by far the biggest insult, with prices across the board being artificially, arbitrarily, and speculatively inflated due to full market appraisals instead of fair market assessed values. The state implemented a property tax refund program, which only adds insult to injury. If people accept a refund, conceivably, payments from the state could ultimately give control to others, but without doubt executes the spirit of independence that most Wyoming residents value above other things. It is also quite telling that the state is taking in more than enough revenue if it can afford this, and it is simply taxation without representation. Wyoming residents are skeptical that the individuals we have elected know they are employed for the people because of the rhetoric we hear and the lack of action delivered. We are demanding reform of our property taxation structure immediately because it's we the people who in fact hold the authentic value with meaning beyond the greed and power that some of our representatives in our legislation covet so dearly. That is why I and others have come here today to provide testimony and backing with the 1,825 other state residents who signed my petition. Those who've signed and many others no doubt stand united with myself and a select few of our representatives. This issue needs to be corrected at our next legislative session without dismissal and must make it to the floor for a vote to demonstrate accountability on your parts. In addition to this testimony, I would like to read an email to the Revenue Committee I received yesterday at 5 p.m. from the Chairman of the Revenue Committee, Mr. Steve Harshman, as I find it very concerning that a biased opinion from a representative already exists prior to the acquisition study being presented.
I can read it if you like. I got it right here.
I'll read it. Good afternoon, and thank you for writing. I appreciate your enthusiasm for acquisition value. We passed a bill to study this concept. As you know, there is only one state that has implemented acquisition value, California, and it has been a total disaster. We certainly don't want to California our beautiful Wyoming. In addition, it would take a constitutional amendment as our Wyoming Constitution requires a uniform and fair market valuation of property. We will study it and see if this is viable for Wyoming. If Prop 19 is such a wreck, why did the people vote it in, and why haven't they voted it out? Why would the constitutional amendment for an acquisition value be different from the fourth class constitutional amendment? Thank you for your time. If you would like me to answer further questions pertaining to the residents' concerns or complaints I've been apprised of throughout the collection of these signatures, I would be happy to oblige you all, and I have some comments.
Okay, members, any questions? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming and presenting this information. I really do appreciate it. As a representative from Dakota County, I really do appreciate the hard work you put together. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, thank you. Okay. Go ahead. Introduce
My
yourself.
name is Neil Ingram. I am a resident of Sheridan. I moved here 4 years ago from Gillette. I'm a retired real estate broker. I had licenses, brokering licenses in California, Arizona, and Washington State. What drove me out of real estate, and I was a successful realtor, was the amount every time that the taxes were increased. I was a broker for Remax in Washington State on Whidbey Island, one of the most beautiful places in the world. What drove me out was our phones would start ringing off the hook. Year after year after year. I have often said that if Washington could tax the air you breathe, they would do it. Find a way to do it. They're a state with no state income tax, and they just brutalize their citizens, taxing everything they see and touch. These phone calls, you could tell over the phone, were widows or widowers asking me to have an agent, please, and come out and tell them what their home was worth. And after a while, you know the story. All of you here have mothers, hopefully, maybe grandmothers. You're all of these people are headed in the direction I'm talking about. If you don't get a grip on this thing now, what will it take? Will it take a civil uprising to get you to realize what's happening here? These people are being taxed out of their homes. And that's not right. That's not American, and it's not right. I often said that when I became president of the United States, when you reached full retirement age, your tax days are over. None. You're done. You get a card when you buy something and you put it up and give it to the people. Oregon, by the way, used to do that with Washington. In my business, if I sold something to an Oregonian, they'd give me a card and I'd write it off. No taxes, no state taxes, sales tax. Let me just give you an example. All of this facts and figures and all of this stuff, I've worked for the assessor's office in Lander. I understand assessing. I've been to, in my career, I can't tell you in 4 different states how many of these meetings I've attended. It never changes, folks, because most politicians never met a tax they didn't like. Or find a way to use it. I came to Wyoming. I followed my wife here, and we loved this state. We thought the taxing was fair. The assessor's office here needs a big sign over the front. We assess perceived value, so that everybody coming in here knows the truth. They don't know it. People do not know this. And then here come these tax bills. Do something about it. California did it. California is a wreck. It's been mismanaged terribly, terribly. But the citizens of California, when you buy that house, you qualified for that payment. That is where it ought to end until you choose to sell it and the new buyer chooses to qualify with the taxes. That's it. Anybody?
Appreciate you being here. Any questions? Mr. Ingram, go ahead, Representative Bear. Go ahead and just have us stay with us. there,
Thank you, Mr.
Ingram.
Chairman. I'll be brief. Thank you, Mr. Ingram, for your testimony and appreciate your insight. All the things you've been involved with, you really do understand this problem. But you had mentioned that we need to take care of this. I agree with you wholeheartedly. My question is this: if we don't take care of this, where can you move to?
If you don't say that again,
Go
please.
ahead.
If we don't take care of this, where
Yeah.
can you move to?
Mr.
You're
Ingram,
headed-
hold on,
you're-
hold on now. How this works is we always, so we don't have this cross debate, just so
Okay.
forum, we work through the chairman.
Well, we're
you're
headed,
good.
in my view, you're headed for an uprising. You're headed for a tax revolt in this state. Let me just give you one example. I've heard not anything today about the federal government involved, and it's all about what's going on here in this state. Just take the cost, for instance, assessing the cost of rebuilding a home. You don't have any control about that. You have no control at all. Look what the federal government has done with lumber prices, even getting lumber, materials, that all of these factor in. We're dealing with a system that is being dangled. We're like puppets on the end of the puppeteers, the one doing it at the federal level. And unless we can sit down and stop looking at the issue like this and look at the issue like this, we're not going to solve it because it's never been solved. And there's a heck of a lot of people in this country, a lot smarter and as smart as we are. They haven't solved it. They're still forcing people out of their homes right, left, and center. But I believe that there's enough brain power and enough really good, caring, wonderful, loving, God-loving people in this state that we can solve this problem. But you gotta get down here with the folks that are paying this stuff and we want correction. And we want it now.
Hey, I don't think we're done with you yet. Yeah, we're not done with you yet. I think there's a couple more questions. Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your passion, your patriotism. And I'll just be brief, just for the record, I've never seen an increased tax that I like. So with that, thank you.
And I want to say you mentioned my patriotism. I served 8 years in 2 military branches, and I think that the $3,000 vet is a joke.
Okay, so
Exempt.
Senator McCune, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent on this. As we talk about property tax relief, we have to do something. People screamed for it last year and we were woefully short. But at the end of the day, if you can imagine a jar of marbles, there's a finite number of marbles in that jar. And moving marbles from that jar to another jar, or moving money from one coffee can to another coffee can, and then we run around like Banty roosters saying, oh, look what we did for you. We just spent the same amount of money. And ultimately, the only way we can do property tax relief is cut spending.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, appreciate you.
Thank
being
you.
here. Thank you. Okay, and if there's folks, just fill up those chairs. I just want, is it Miss Rosemary Sezbon? Are you here still? Yeah. Did I say your name right? You read the letter I sent to you? I just want to make sure you read the second paragraph. right? You didn't share that with everybody on the YouTube, but I'll just read it. I looked up your assessment on the Natrona County Assessor's website and I've attached the document. It looks like your increase in taxable value is due mainly to an increase in market value of outbuildings from 6893 to 54,524. That is substantial. Did you have improvements or additions, et cetera? Did you contact your assessor? Question mark. So that's really, I mean, you can look at your tax bill. I looked at yours, mine, everybody that emails me. And that's why your taxes went up, because this outbuildings just jumped like crazy. So I don't know what to tell you other than talk to your assessor about that for sure, if it didn't change.
But I did this for the other people that
Okay, I just want to make sure that the whole letter got read. Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to let everybody know I replied to you, and I did take the time on my Sunday and look at your stuff. Thank you. Now, on to the next. We want to have this. Ladies, welcome. Introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. Whoops, not doing this right. There we go. My name is Maggie Wisniewski. I'm a local resident here in Sheridan. My husband and I moved here a year and a half ago, and the home that we purchased was $400,000 more than the owners. They had owned it for 4 years. So when we bought it, it had jumped $400,000. It was getting into a bidding war. We made an offer and said, take it or leave it. We're not playing this game. And the thing that bothers me is our neighbors are wonderful folks. We have we have a great community. And we're a mix of young people, a couple of retirement folks. And everybody is saying that their property taxes not went up a couple hundred, but went up a couple thousand. In fact, one young family is moving Tuesday. They can't afford it. They are moving to Idaho Falls. And the gentleman who spoke before me was so right on. My husband and I left a very small community in Oregon. And when the real estate agent came to our house and said, oh, we'll put it on the market for X amount of dollars, I looked at him and I said, Gary, I want to sell the house. He put the house on the market $400,000 more than what we paid. It's not happening. It's not just happening here, folks. It is happening across the board, and it's getting scary. So, you know, if you want to tax us to where we all have to move, you know, that's your prerogative. But I'll tell you, when come election time, people are going to start paying attention. People are paying attention now. You know, and my second issue I have is there is so much international money pouring into Wyoming. I'm just very curious of, are our international friends being taxed the same as us, or are they getting special breaks? Just something I'd like to throw out there and put on the record. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Harshman, and to the Committee of the Joint Revenue. Thank you for having us here today and allowing this opportunity for public comment. I know that property taxes is a tough one, and it's one that is contentious at best and a tough conversation at most of the time.
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, my name is Cindy Barlow. I live in Johnson County, former assessor in Johnson County. As we talk about property taxes, a lot of times, and especially when it comes time to testify, we often hear that the public doesn't care. And today, especially this morning, you guys seen standing room only in the back room. And it was because most of them came from far and wide, from Hewlett and Cody and Natrona County, to be able to be here today and to testify. So for those that have remained strong and stayed through this process of learning about the CAMA system and what you guys have learned today, it surprised me that since 1990 that this is the first time we've kind of gone through it at this level, maybe. It's the first time that I've seen it happen at legislature like this, or through committee anyway. Primarily today, I want to bring it in front of you, and you guys are already well aware that in 1988, we had a constitutional amendment, and that constitutional amendment changed our constitution. And so often we hear that we can't do anything about taxes because it's going to require a change of our constitution. Yet in 1988, our constitution read in Article 15 that it was the assessed value and not the full value. And it's compelling to me to think that two words could add such an amendment and allow for this. When it went on our ballot, before the voting people of Wyoming, it said this amendment will allow the legislature to divide property into 3 classes and to assign a different percent of value for taxation purposes for each class of property. Right now in front of us, we're talking about another constitutional amendment. I'm here to tell you that since 1988, we have done nothing but go up in our property values, although you've heard testimony that it's minor and it's 4% to 5% and per year. Tell me, how many people in the last 4 years, property taxes that went up 20 and 30 and 40%? I can tell you of a man in Teton County who contacted me this spring, whose property was started at $4 million. And this year came in at 11 million. I have to say to you guys, what is enough? At what point is our county value really a true number that we are going to be able to capitalize on? Is it a true value that's out there? And frankly, on any of your investment plans, anything that you have for your retirement, how many of you guys get taxed on that until you sell it? Show of hands. You get taxed on it. So before you sell it and your increase in gain, you pay on that at federally, state. Interesting. Most people probably don't have that luxury, but regardless, I can tell you that I probably voted for this the way that it was stated on the ballot in 1988, because it sounded very innocuous. As we go forward and in this new proposed amendment, separating residential and commercial, do you suppose that this is going to be a protection to the people of Wyoming or a vulnerability? And that's something that we need to ask ourselves. So it did not provide as a protection. As a matter of fact, industry went up to 11.5%. So we always hear that industry pays the majority of our taxes in the state of Wyoming. But honestly, as a residential homeowner, I can't pass my taxes on to somebody else through a consumption. And yet through the consumption of minerals, coal, oil, gas, that is just passed on to us, the taxpayer. So I ask you to be careful with that. As we also hear about the appeal process and how everybody holds due process and that they can go into their county assessor and request for the data. I can tell you that over this last 4 years, I have helped numerous people in Natrona County, Teton County, Park County, and across the state. And I can tell you that in some counties, it's really good. This year, I had the unique experience of requesting data. And this was in Sheridan County. And this is an email that came from Justin McNamara on May 4th to an appraiser here in Sheridan County. And we were talking about 3913-109 taxpayer remedies. And at the very beginning of this email, it says, Alan asked me to email you after we had spoken with Ken. basically, all of those items can be requested and you should be provided by the assessor. Here's the applicable statute naming 3913-109. At the bottom, it specifically mentions me, but the part that I think is pertinent to share here today is Alan asked me to let you know that he would be out tomorrow, but I can try to answer other questions you might have. Ken also said that you may try not to be very forthcoming with providing the requested materials and that you would most likely want to make sure that Paul was aware of you doing so. Why this is important is that 2 years ago, we had a committee that was appointed by the Joint Revenue Committee that included myself and others to be able to clarify the statute 3913-109 so that it was easy for the taxpayer to be able to understand what they needed to do to appeal. Needless to say, it was countered and buffeted, and there was absolutely no interest from the assessors or the Revenue Committee at that time to want to see any changes done to that statute. And interestingly enough, we had 2 meetings and then it disappeared. When people go into their assessor's office and they request what you guys give to us by statute, that is the right of the taxpayer, then the assessor should be forthcoming. And this isn't to bring up, to beat up assessors. I have nothing wrong with assessors. Truly, I don't. But we cannot be bullied through a process. We need to be given the information that is used by the assessor to make the assessments. And when that is not provided, and when you have to go through visit after visit after visit to be able to obtain that data, and you only have 30 days, this process is not fair. I have watched taxpayers get bullied through this process, and especially in Natrona County. But this isn't fair, you guys, and something has to be done. The people have cried and asked for help. They started the CAP conversation 4 years ago, and I watched it come in front of this committee, and nobody has let anything happen. When are you guys going to listen to the people that elected you? When is it time to really start taking action and come together so that instead of playing politics, and do what's best and do what the people are asking you to do?
Do you, any questions? Any questions?
Well,
Ms.
I
Barlow?
just would lastly say that it's important that we also hold our offices accountable, that if assessors' offices can't be accountable to the people that elected them to be there without being thrown out, and that they can get the data easily without being bullied, then we have accomplished something. And I hope that we can come to that ground. I stand for any questions.
Senator Ide, and then Representative Bear, and then Representative Schwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Cindy, for being here. We've crossed paths in the past. I'm one of those Natrona County property taxpayers that was persecuted. That's part of why I'm on the other side of the table here today as well. Can you tell us why that constitutional amendment was enacted, and what was there a reasoning behind that? I mean, that was 1988, kind of the depths of the oil depression.
Mm-hmm.
And was it something to try to raise more revenue for the state at that particular point in time, or can you comment on that? Thank you.
Ms. Barlow.
Sure. Chairman Harshman, Senator Ide. I did have a great conversation with Senator Scott, and he brought a lot of things to light, actually. My question was very specific for him, was, did he realize that this changed our Wyoming Constitution in 4 other places, and that it changed 61 other budgetary statutes? And of course, he said, 1988 was a long time ago, and it's hard to remember yesterday, but he said, yes, he believed that the committee did know that. Because just as Director Henson explained earlier today, that previous to the 1988 amendment, we were going by 1962, I believe, replacement costs. And so they didn't feel like we were at value. And you've heard the testimony today that they took a couple years to get us to value. And so the intent was to make things more equitable. That was one of Charlie's, comments, was that he wanted to see it more equitable. But I have to tell you, I don't think at that time they understood the residual effects of having something like this implemented. And uniformity and equality is an important thing by all means. But is it fair that because his house sold and it's a mansion and mine's a little one, that I should be, well, we're like properties, okay? But let's just say his sold for an exponential amount more than mine. But now mine is going to be adjusted, provided they have the 5 sales. So now I have to pay a tax on an assumed value. And so the neighborhood adjustment, even though we're talking about a constitutional amendment that's going to be able to reduce our tax rate, you still have another number out there. And that neighborhood adjustment will simply just adjust. Teton County is seeing it unbelievably, where you've got neighborhood adjustments at 6%. How do you as a taxpayer prove that that 6% is wrong? That means they are 500% above what they are appraised at, so that they can keep up with market and pass the sniff test of the SBOE. Is that fair? And that's what we're up against. So your constitutional amendment is dangerous, I think. And I believe that as we go forward, we need to proceed with caution. If we can change the Constitution to do it for that, then why can't we go back to what the 1988 Constitution said of assessed value versus full value, and then promulgate the rules that brings this into check?
Usually, yeah. Okay, thanks for the question. We're gonna move to Representative Bear, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Ms. Barlow. You just about answered it there just at the last moment. My question is what kind of suggestion do you have for this body, since you have this experience, you've been in this field and you've been working on it and talking to a lot of citizens as of late. So what would you suggest that we do?
Chairman Harshman, Representative Bear, thank you for that question. Obviously, I've been talking extensively about acquisition value. I believe that my budget is what I pay for my house. And I can understand a gradual increase and also decrease so that we protect ourselves on both sides. But that gradual increase would be based off of a CPI index versus just what we think is the market. I believe that this is going to bring a balance to our budgets. I think it's going to make our numbers more sustainable. I think that we're going to know what to look at for the next year. The cost of inflation is crazy out there. I get it. But honestly, if you have an assessed value and you have all this mill levy conversation going on today, and we have slush funds out there of $22 and $23 million between 3 special districts in just Johnson County, I ask you guys, what's enough? What do we look at the mill levy part as well? Do we look at the special districts and put some restraints on them and say, listen, you have 1 or 2 year operating budgets, that should be enough. Is it fair that they're able to put that much away in savings and still tax? I don't think that was the intent of the statute. I think the intent of the statute was just like Assessor Myers was talking about, when you talk about a budget-based system where people know what their expenses are and they budget accordingly. What a great idea to be able to present your budget and then find out later what the county value is. I bet your taxes wouldn't go up 28% because we're simply basing mill levies. Everybody would come to me before you ever got your values certified and said, Cindy, what's the estimated county value? And then the next thing you know, they were backing their mill levy into what the county value was. That's why they're matching. That's why people are giving you such a hard time saying, are they assessing to the county commissioner's budget? They're budgeting to the assessed value, or the total value is what I should say. Does that make sense? Okay. Did that answer your question, Miss? Okay.
Now, Representative Swanson, question.
Thanks. And since you're a former assessor, my concern, you get your tax bill and it starts with the day it's mailed out. And in some places, the mail takes a week and then you only pick up your mail twice a week. So by that point, you get 2 weeks left to go contest it. And when I go in or other people have gone in, they say, well, we're gonna do an internal review. And I say, well, I better have the paperwork to appeal it just in case I don't like your internal review. And they've been like, well, no, we need to do this step next. And so you said there are concerns. I guess my question is, what would be a better way? Do you think 60 days to have that discussion, or a mandated amount of time to do an internal review? We're just trying to find solutions. So as someone who's an assessor who,
Sure.
has some concerns like we do, what's a better way to do it?
Sure.
Yeah, we've traveled this trail a little bit.
Chairman Harshman and Representative Swanitzer, you're on a tax calendar. It's tough. That I don't have your answer for that. That's for you guys to decide. But ultimately, if the taxpayer provided by statute is given the information that they request, we talk all day long about how sales are, nobody can get the sales unless you have a filed appeal, right? Man, make those available. What's the secret about the sale of a property? You hear from realtors all the time what something's sold for. People need to be working with their data. They only have 30 days. If they come into the office and they ask for the data, give it to them. They don't have that much time. And here's another caveat. You file your appeal first and you don't have your data, well, you're going to have to wait till your 30 days. Just before your appeal. So you do not walk into that appeal process ready to be able to talk the same talk that they can talk. They've had 1 year with the data. We get 30 days. Tell me, is that fair?
No, yeah, I know, it's an issue. I mean, we'll keep. Now, you've been going about 20 minutes. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, you're
And
welcome.
is there any other questions? Because I want to get to other folks, everybody in the room here.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you so much for being here, and won't be the last time you testify for us. Thank you so much.
I agree.
Appreciate your work. Now, if someone can go ahead and someone can fill her chair, that'd be great.
Hi,
Welcome.
well,
Yeah.
thank you. Appreciate you guys letting me speak today.
No,
very much.
appreciate you being
Even
here.
though I think it's kind of small, I really wish it would have been bigger. A lot of folks have
I
already
hear
left.
you.
My name's Rob. I've been here most of my adult life in Sheridan County.
Rob,
and-
what's your last name?
Stussy, Stuessy.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm a double vet. I was in the Army during Vietnam and I was in the Navy during Desert Storm. And my taxes started out at $811 a year for my property. They're now right at $3,000 a year. They went up $1,000 basically in the last 2 years. At that rate, I'm on a fixed income. I'm retired now, 72 years old. It's not going to take many more years or I won't be able to pay my taxes with my fixed income. And there's no way that I can sell and live in Sheridan County because everything has gone through the roof. So what choices do I have? Even rents through the roof. I just wish there was some way that we could have a more fair tax on us retired people. And I did have them come out once. I went down and my taxes went up. And I asked them, why is it going up? So they looked at my property with me on the computer. And I saw right away they had several things wrong on some of the horse barns and the pole barn and stuff. They had cement floors and they're not, they're just dirt floors. So I told them that and they said, well, we can come out and look at it and possibly lower your taxes. So they did. They came out and looked at it and lo and behold, my taxes went up. So I don't have a lot of faith in going down there and talking to them about getting my taxes straightened out. So it's just tough on people like me who live on a fixed income. Yes, I can dip into my, my retirement, but to what end? So I just wish you guys would take this serious for us old retired people. We just don't have a whole lot of choices left. I appreciate you guys listening to me. Thank you.
No, appreciate you being here and your service and your testimony. Are there questions? And I think, you're the group that I hear from the most. I mean, I'm not hearing from the out-of-staters moved in here and bought these homes for 3 times their value. I'm hearing from people who've been here, lived here, and there's got to be a solution to this, and we'll just keep working on it. And but it's not an across the board thing. It's a thing that you mentioned, I believe, anyway. But members, appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Okay, thanks, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, next, come on up. And somebody
Hi.
else can fill that chair, that'd be great. Next person, go
Yeah.
ahead, welcome.
Hi, I'm Gary Carlson, and I've got 4 proposals to resolve this acquisition-based tax anomaly here. Step number 1, use 12/31/2019 as your base year, pre-pandemic. Step number 2, acquisition value of property owners that have lived in their houses, people that have owned property prior to the base point, 12/31/2019. They do not realize outrageous tax increases as per the computer. Now, I was happy to hear from the revenue people that their computer is what's really running the show here, in my opinion. It looks to me like the easiest thing to do would be to do what Senator McCowan said earlier about just abolishing property taxes, go with a computer and a couple of programmers and increase the sales tax 1.5%. That would get rid of all the red tape. But anyway, let me go on with the acquisition base. My cousin is an orthodontist in California, and he was personal friends with Howard Jarvis. He did the whole Proposition 13 in Mission Viejo, California. So anyway, it can work for the residential portion of it. The business portion of it was butchered, and people had an incentive not to enhance the businesses because they were because California is so predatory. But anyway, so step 2 on the acquisition scenario, those of us that have owned property, in my case, my house is 43 years old. I'm in a middle class neighborhood, ranchette, 1.6 acres. Most of the houses there are all about 2,000 square feet, 2 kids, 2-car garage, a dog out back, or a couple of steers or whatever. So it is now in the last couple of years, everybody's property taxes have doubled. So anyway, with the acquisition system, step number 3 would be to put in a 2% cap, like they did with Proposition 13. I went in and talked to the treasurer here a year ago or so, and she told me, in 40 years that the property tax only went down 2 different times. And I said, you mean to tell me we've gone up 38 years, but only 2 times it went down? We had 6 recessions in that time. Boom, bust, boom, bust. Go from 1980 to present times. Let's see, recession 80, 82, 90 to 92, 2000 to 2003, 2008, 2009. We had one here in 2020 starting COVID. We'll probably have another one again with the inverted yield curve, but that's a whole different subject. So anyway, a 2% cap, if you use Einstein's rule of 72, it takes 36 years to double your taxes, okay? So it seems like the 2% number is popular with the Federal Reserve anyway, so I'm just suggesting that as a limitation. We really don't have the only tax problem we have in the United States is we pay too much in taxes. We have a spending problem, and if you look at the exponential spending of the government, that's where the problem is. So, and then the other item, the 4th item would be along with the original Proposition 13, which I have right here. They added inheritance for children, grandchildren, or next of kin. And the new owners had to file within 3 years, but the property tax stayed the same for those that were already grandfathered in that had been there. In my case, I have a house right now that was built in 1980, 43 years old, and they're valuing at my house at the level of a new house, which is currently $650,000. I paid $80,000 for it back then for the house and the land. And now they've got it valued here 7-8 times what I originally paid for. So by doing that, as a retired person, I'm you know, I had my house paid for 30 years ago. Me and the wife worked hard, paid it off. And now I'm paying rent to the government to live in my house. So that's what's happened. So, and it shouldn't be that way. So I think we can fix it if we do this. In addition to that, on the local ballot relevant to Proposition 13, they also required that any new taxes for any local initiatives required 2/3 of the voters' approval to do some other initiative you might need for school or cemetery and things of that nature. Or if both houses of the state legislators vote by 2/3 in both houses to raise a property tax for a statewide initiative. So that's how they restricted the government. And as Thomas Jefferson said, bind them down with the chains of the Constitution. So anyway, those four things are what I'm suggesting as a solution. And my cousin who lived there his whole life, it worked fine, and the county and everything had appropriate amounts of money to pay whatever was required. One point I heard earlier relevant to the schools where we can't change our mills. They already know what our maximum a county point is relevant to the amount of numbers. And so they already are getting the maximum mills, and they make sure they waste it every year. Instead of buying tables for $1,000 a piece for the school library, they spend $5,000. And whatever they have to do to move the numbers so that the budget is always equal to whatever they can get their hands on for money. Now, right now, the state of Wyoming has $1.78 million in their current cash fund based on the last numbers I got from my representative. And I want to bring up Chief Justice James Burke, 2005 to 2018. And Justice Burke took on Governor Gordon, state treasurer, in a lawsuit in 2006, and again in March of 2018, relevant to the validity of ignoring the state treasurer for the capital expenditure project of $300 million. Now, last year, I got this from the newspaper and also this from the internet from Justice Burke, and I highly recommend that this committee and the legislature invite him in as an expert witness relevant to the Wyoming Constitution. The numbers I have from the paper show that $105 million was spent to remodel the Herschler building, and $195 million was spent on the Capitol building itself. And Governor Gordon both times wanted to use R.E. Dunn Company out of Kansas City on a no bid contract. Okay, and Justice Burke took on what he called a facial challenge, and he agreed with the district court that it was unconstitutional because it violated Article 3, Section 31 of the Constitution. And he went on to say recently that having a no bid contract to spend $300 million on two buildings that were already built is totally corrupt. And based on what he said and my common sense, Voltaire said common sense is not so common. Anyway, it seems to me that $300 million on that kind of a project where Wyoming already has the labor and the equipment to take care of those buildings anyway, and that was how it was set up. And Justice Burke pointed out that the state treasurer was supposed to vote and sign off on every aspect of this to be a check and balance on the governor's spending, and was left out of it in this case. So there's $300 million that, in my opinion, needs a serious audit, and investigation, and why we have a no bid contract in Wyoming, I think is a disgrace to the state. So I'm not an expert on what went on with the capital project, but I want to finish by saying or reading one quote from James Madison, who wrote about 80% of the Constitution. And when he got done with it, Franklin walked out of the Constitutional Convention in September of 1787. An old woman walked up to Mr. Franklin and said, what kind of government do we have? And he says, you have a republic if you can keep it. And he went on to say that if the public ever discovers the treasury for themselves, it will mean the end of the republic. Madison, who finished writing all of that, along with Franklin and a few others, became a representative in the House of Representatives. And in 1794, when Congress appropriated $15,000 to assist some French refugees, James Madison at the time was a representative in the House of Representatives. He stood up on the floor of the House to object, saying, I cannot undertake to lay my finger on that article of the Constitution which granted a right to Congress of expending on objects of benevolence the money of their constituents. He went on to say, charity is no part of the legislative duty of the government. And if you look at the budget,
Hey, I'm gonna,
247 pages thick, okay? This
Yeah.
budget, half of that is unconstitutional charity. If you want to spend money on charity, use your checkbook, not mine,
yeah.
okay?
Let me ask you, what, just hold on the applause here. We usually don't, it's not a talent show or giving campaign speeches. We're trying to learn from this deal. My first question is, what was the second part? You had 4 parts and was
Oh, okay.
it residential only? Is that what?
Well, yeah, right now they have the constitutional amendment set up right now to vote next November to split.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about
business
your
from
4
residential.
parts. I'm talking about your 4 parts.
Okay,
You said
my
use the
4
12,
parts.
31, 219. Then the second one I thought was residential only. That's what I wrote.
Right. The reason I did that was because right now we have that amendment that's on the ballot.
Yeah, okay, I got
And
you.
so here's my suggestion. Do these 4 things, add that to that amendment and or leave the both the residential with the business if you want to do that. But number 1, start with the base date, 12/31,
Yeah, I got all
2019.
that. I just had a question
Okay.
on number 2, so you don't have to
Acquisition
repeat,
value,
really, because we got other people.
Stays the same.
Let me just say one last thing, and I'm going to shut you off here. We got all that. I just had that question on number 2, so I really appreciate it. And those are all good points. And I just want to, and we can have a sidebar about the capital on the web, and I can talk about the difference between design, bid, build, and design, build, but 80% of the workers and companies involved in remodeling our capital were Wyoming people, right? And the general contractor was that out-of-state contractor, but and they've since moved to the state, but we can talk about that. But I just want people sitting here listening to think that there was not a bid or an open process. That's not the case at all. And I can talk about former Treasurer Gordon and all that lawsuit, but I don't want to burn precious committee time.
Right.
But I just want to say that because I don't want people, I got to counter that. Anyway, we're going to get this meeting back on track. We're going to take about a 5-10 minute break. We're going to stretch our legs, go to the bathroom real quick, and you're going to be up first. And go ahead. What's your name? Introduce yourself.
I'm Sheila Leach and I'm from Park County.
Oh, beautiful. So you're next. And anybody else out of town that's traveling back home tonight, we'd like to get you up here right away. And maybe the Sheridan folks will let you go first. Okay, so we'll be right back, Miss Leach. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get started again. Welcome back to the committee. It is 4 o'clock. We're almost on time. And we'll work sales tax a little after this. It's all good. You know, everybody's moving to all the beautiful places, Sheridan, Cody, Teton, Star Valley area. It's all beautiful. Buffalo. Casper's beautiful too, my hometown, but they're not moving like they are here. It's kind of interesting, but okay, we'll keep working this. Next up, Miss Leach from Cody. So thank you for your patience and appreciate you joining us today.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Harshman. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Revenue Committee, I had not originally intended to speak today. What changed my mind was a conversation I had last week with a member of our local hospital staff in Cody. She told me that she was considering leaving due to the cost of housing and that the hospital has great trouble keeping nursing staff for this reason. The escalating property taxes impact not only homeowners, but also renters. Several options seem to be on the table to include a cap on future property tax increases. While this is not a wholly bad idea, the damage has already been done over the past 2 years, during which tax increases were nothing short of obscene. This is like closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. So inflation, of course, plays a part in this, but in our county, most of these increases were occasioned by an influx of out-of-state people arriving with boatloads of money, causing a huge rise in the selling price of homes and a shortage of houses on the market, and escalating tax assessments, as our county assessor, Pat Meyer, referenced. A lot of these people are retirees. Another option that definitely has merit is acquisition value, which helps a large number of established homeowners. It is barely a deterrent to the new arrivals from out of state, though, since they are accustomed to higher taxes where they came from. Unfortunately, it does not help young people who were raised in Wyoming but are experiencing difficulty purchasing and maintaining a first home. This discourages many of them from staying in Wyoming, or else pushes them from more desirable locations, which are being taken over by the refugees from California, New York, Montana, Colorado, and other places, into more remote rural towns for the sake of being able to own a home, assuming they can find a job in those places. A third option is moving toward lowering the tax rate itself by separating residential from commercial, although this is a slow process involving changing the Constitution by putting the issue to voters. Assuming this passes, priority needs to be given to lowering the residential rate and not raising the commercial rate. I would recommend seriously considering all three of these ideas in the following order. First, acquisition value, which would provide relief to a large number of homeowners, landlords, and renters. Dropping the percentage rate on residential, which would help everyone if it is done right. Or lastly, a cap on future increases to mitigate further damage. What is not an option is to do nothing. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony and laying that out so organized. Appreciate that. I think I got it all in notes.
Mhm.
And you said though, to lower residential though, we're gonna have to split, you know, with the amendment that's coming.
Yes.
Because it's all other, it's everything, you know, so. You know, Walmart, for example, or a large corp, you know. Is tied in with our houses at the same rate. And that's the idea, is to be able to separate that a little bit. And not only for reform, but for relief too. It makes it easier to target that better. But anyway, thank you. Any questions, members? Appreciate your testimony, and you're not related to the late coach Mike Leach. I asked you from Cody. Lord
Indeed,
rest his soul. Yeah.
Chairman
Okay.
Harshman, I am not.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Any questions of Ms. Leach then? Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Okay, next, go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Kara Jones from Cody. Can you hear me okay?
I can't really, if you can pull that closer.
Okay.
I can't hear her anyway, but
How is this? Oh, that scared me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman and pardon? My name is Karen Jones from Cody. Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Revenue Committee. Since the lockdown in 2020, my mantra has been that we don't have a deficit problem. We have a revenue problem, and that's been repeated today numerous times, but it's in my notes here. So anyway, for that reason, our tax base is shrinking through closures, crippling layoffs, cutbacks, bankruptcies, et cetera. Wyoming is limping along with part-time workers, and businesses are suffering in response. Couple that with unbearably high property taxes to the individual and businesses, then add inflation that has reduced the value of our sales tax revenue to where our economy is really in shambles. Consider when the agriculture, drilling, and mining industries were in full swing. Those were good and plentiful jobs, and they're now diminished. The rig count in Wyoming is 17 to me, which, that just bothers me terribly. Our economy is forever altered unless you change course, and that is my hope for today. Due to the killing of our robust energy industry, the focus is turned squarely against property owners to make up the difference in lost revenue. This legislative body has not solved the out-of-control tax laws, which are forcing good people out of their homes because they cannot afford the taxes that are levied against them. So I ask you to look at the other end of the spectrum, and that is to put Wyoming's agriculture, oil, gas, mining industries back to work, and to raise the revenue you need by promoting and ensuring that Wyoming is energy and food independent and exporting Wyoming products. Bring back honest revenue to Wyoming. And the silver lining is you won't have the unpleasant task of picking the pockets of the Wyoming people any longer. And finally, the 1988 amendment to the Wyoming statutes turned our property tax system on its head. And you simply must recover and restore those statutes. I know there are a number of things that are on the table, but to me, that is from where it stopped working. So I would like to keep that on the table if you would. At any rate, with sensible property taxes, Wyoming's economy will be unleashed. And a mill levy chart that I found and broke apart. So everything before 1988 was calculated, everything after 1988 and after was calculated. And it clearly shows a snowballing effect with a 29-point difference. I mean, there's just no getting around it. That amendment to our Constitution or our statutes was really the wrong way to go, and we need to correct that. I would love to go back to the way it was before 1988 myself. But I humbly ask you to please follow this recipe for Wyoming's success. And I thank you all.
Questions for Ms. Jones? Okay, we appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. Okay. Others, come on up. Good afternoon. Welcome. Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Chad Saylor. I'm a local Sheridan resident. I would ask each one of you to please make eye contact with me and listen to me as I tell you this story.
Could I I couldn't quite hear you. If you can pull that closer, and it was Chad
Chad Saylor.
Saylor. Got it. Okay, thank you.
So I heard a few people speak, and I heard a few people speak of the economy and revenue. A few people have spoken about property taxes and the revenue that that brings. I'll tell you a story about a family of 5. I'm part of that family. I bought property in Sheridan 8 years ago, and I brought my family here to Homestead. I raised 3 children, ages 15, 13, and 11. I have a beautiful bride. She's in this room. She educates my children. She's building their character. We have a dream, and we came to Wyoming to fulfill it, to make 3 godly people for the next generation, so they'd interact with your children and your grandchildren and be good quality citizens. I really enjoy doing it. I retired early, so I'm a pensioner. I'm not 70, I'm 49 years old. And I get up every day and I go to work to build strong people. That is going to be taken from me, literally taken from me by the government of Wyoming, that you represent me. I thank you, each and every one of you, because you're looking at me. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you respecting me. So as we hear these stories, it's happening to people like me. And you could say, well, Chad, go get a job and pay your property taxes. I built my life on a purpose to do something for children. And so did my wife. She could go get a job too. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to be homesteaders and build people on the land. That's what Wyoming was always about. That's why we came. So please think about people like me as you make these decisions. Think about people like me. There's a lot more of me than there are of everybody else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any, there's any questions? Any questions, members? Okay, appreciate your testimony today, Mr. Saylor. Thank you. And folks, just fill these 2 chairs up. Keep filling them up. We appreciate you being here, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jan Loftus. I'm from Buffalo. I'm here as a citizen. When we have big taxes, we have big government, and that big government crushes our liberty. I think often of Ronald Reagan's story about telling our grandchildren what it used to be like in this country when we were free. And I fear that that's coming. My husband and I lived lives of great freedom, but I fear it for my children. And now I'm seeing it even in to myself, that this is coming faster than I ever imagined. This year, legislature had a couple extra $1 billion to deal with. So much money, it was seemingly difficult to figure out what in the world to do with it all. $500 million was from increased property taxes. Or another way to think of it is property valuations increased 36% between 2019 and 2022. Late in this year's session, a senator said during floor debate, he's sure the Revenue Committee will go into the interim and do some good work. I personally have lost confidence in that. The past 2 years, Management Council assigned Joint Interim Revenue Committee to work on the property tax problem. My expected property tax increase this year is 25%, and I came out pretty darn good compared to some of my neighbors, but 25% is doubling in 4 years. That's after 2 years of the Joint Interim Revenue Committee working on the problem. That's what I got. So you can see why I might say I lost confidence. Rather than use that extra $500 million in property tax income to return it to the citizens, you work to grow government. Now I see there's a mental health vulnerable adult task force. And they're talking about all these ways to spend money on growing the government. I hear about early childhood education. We need to do more of that. There's all this talk in these interim committees of how to grow government even more. We don't, this is an aside, but we don't want the schools to turn into little mental health institutions. It's very dangerous for parental rights. So you might counter that you did bring bills, and that is true. But there was no bill brought by the Joint Revenue Committee for all citizens. There was nothing for me, but more importantly, to me, there was nothing for my daughter and her husband. We've had a lot of talk about the senior citizens, and we see our retirement income, our retirement that we worked very hard to live below our means to save all our lives, because we were advised to do that early on in our marriage, and we did it. We see it being chewed up. So yes, I agree with the senior citizens, that's a problem. But I feel for the young people. We taught our kids, work hard, get a good job, and you can get ahead. And now I know their property tax bill has increased. Well, if you get a raise and you get ahead, you're going to maybe buy a bigger house. Well, you can't. They're going to be stuck. Can you have more children? If you can't, well, yeah, you can. I know a good friend of mine, they had 6 kids in her family living in a mobile home. It's possible. But also you're infringing on that. The refund bill you might bring up. Well, that is government picking who gets a refund. Picking and choosing isn't part of America. Some will get relief up to, I believe it ended up 90%. They'd get a refund, but at the expense of the rest of the people. The homestead bill gave unequal relief. So if you bring that again, you need to bring it with a percentage and not an amount. If you have a more expensive home, you don't get the same break. So that is punishing people that have perhaps worked a business 18 hours a day, got more money through their lives, and now they're punished for that. That's a redistribution of income. There were 3 individual legislators who brought good bills in 21 and 22 for all the people. Those bills were all killed. 2 were caps, and 1 was the acquisition bill that was passed this year. But by passing it this year, with the caveat that legislation comes out of it in 2025, that means it won't be on the ballot till 2026 if it has to go to the ballot. So we're looking at relief from that acquisition bill, by my estimate, maybe in 28, if ever. We need relief now. This year, there were nearly 20 real estate tax bills. Several were good ones, what I call good ones, because they were for everybody. There was the property tax holiday, killed in Revenue Committee. There were 2 cap bills. One was it was HJ4. One was SF 125, both killed. SF 136 was a reduction in the rate, killed in the House. We need you to pass the tax holiday bill, which was, as my understanding, was an immediate relief. We need that next year. And then we need you to pass a cap. Well, you're working on the acquisition. So if you say to anyone, you 14 people, if you say there is no solution, there is a solution. It's the tax holiday for next year, and it's the cap. And then it's work on the acquisition or something else long-term, but do something right away while you're working on the long-term solutions. There are a couple of examples of what you did instead of giving citizens back what we overpaid in property taxes. It's already been brought out about the school spending. Per student spending is $20,000. I look at that as about 400,000 for a classroom. The teacher gets 50,000. Where's the rest going rhetorically? You brought a bill for Medicaid expansion for 111 million. More socialized medicine is not the way to go. That was killed, and I credit that with the president of the Senate and his article. You brought SF-16, not you personally, but that was state employee moving expense. As one of my friends said, no, throw your stuff in a pickup and get your friends and family to help you move. Don't give the state employees money to move from the rest of us. You brought legislative per diem raised. By my calculation, $9,300 during the general session is the per diem now. For those who live in Cheyenne and live and eat mostly at home, it's the same deal. But we didn't get property tax relief, most of us. Increased spending this year and 18 new public employee positions brings the budget back to where it was 2 years ago when you cut 15%. You put away money, true, out of that 2 billion, but it's short. What you put away will bring in less money than the increased spending. So the taxpayer is going to have to pick up about $55 million in apparently increased taxes. The people, on the other hand, on the other side of the spending by the government, the people have had to tighten their belts. Inflation is costing the average American household between $400 and $700 a month, depending on where you're looking. But let me give you a tiny example. I paid nearly $9 for a box of cereal in Buffalo the other day. We got 2 older people eating, but imagine if you're raising 4 teenagers and you're having to pay that for a box of cereal. I heard about from the very first speaker this morning, the targeted relief. And I say, absolutely not. That is not American. Why should the young people work hard, as I already mentioned, if you are not giving them relief? How are the old people going to survive? And I say that calling myself one of those people. We can't pick and choose. That's not America. You give the same chance to everybody. Government is to protect our rights and not aggressively redistribute wealth. As Frederick Bastiat, who wrote the law, said, it is impossible to introduce into society a greater evil than this, the conversion of law into an instrument of plunder. Or as George Washington said, government is not reason, it is not eloquence, it is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. We've talked a lot about spending today, the people. Apparently the low spending fiscal conservative legislators are in the minority. Until we, the people, wake up and send more who love liberty, we will continue on the big government spending way. Liberty can only survive if government is small. And I want to say in conclusion, this is the 3rd interim that you've been assigned to work on the property tax issue. When the founders fought the American Revolution, property tax was 13%. Excuse me, taxes altogether were 13%. That's my request. Let's return to that. I mean, is that a pipe dream? I guess it probably is. But can we work towards it for our children and our grandchildren? So I guess my final words I'd like to leave are, there are solutions. There was locks tax holiday. There was, there've been cap bills in past years and cap bills this year, all killed. Get a cap on. It's ridiculous, 25%, ridiculous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any
Oh,
questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, they're
Yeah.
very, very
Any
short.
questions?
The Constitution says that the people should have the chance for redress of grievances, and I did today. But there were people here this morning that came, I spoke to a gentleman at the lunch break, he came from Park County, and he had to leave and get back. So I would suggest in the future that we, the people who are the boss, have the chance to talk like it is on the schedule. We should have been on in the morning. For those, we lost about, I don't know, 30% of the room.
Well, I
Thanks.
appreciate it, but, and you know, you just took your 20 minutes and I mean, if we had have started this morning and everybody 20 minutes, we wouldn't have got done. I mean, we're doing the best we can and I really, now, we're doing the best we can. We're trying to learn all this, but now I want to just ask you some questions about your testimony. About the homestead exemption.
Mhm.
That was 50,000 in value. Coming off of every residential home targeted like that. And I mean, that would affect everybody basically. So the average home or the average home been about $330 reduction in taxes. And what's your thoughts? I mean, it passed the House, died in the Senate, but I just want to make sure, did you support that or what's your thoughts on that? I can't remember.
No, because it wasn't equal. If it was a percentage, I would support it, but it was an amount. And so a person that owns a $250,000 house, that's a good deal. A person that owns a 1.2 million doesn't get the same break. And so it's not the same.
Not the same percentage. I see what.
But if it
same
was
amount, but not same
25% for everyone, I would support that. No, I was pleased actually that it died in the Senate since it wasn't
Okay, I just
across
wanted
the
to-
board.
Well, appreciate any other questions. And I appreciate what you're saying, but we're trying to do the best. We're working it and trying to do the best we can. So I appreciate you. Senator Pappas.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Just one little bit of a knowledge that I'd like to put out there. A lot of times, you know, you mentioned a lot of those bills that died, and you just referenced one that you said you're glad it died. Well, a lot of times, many of us will agree with the concept, but we find that the bill has a lot of unintended consequences. So when there's bad language in a bill, even though we may agree to the concept, a lot of bills die because they were bad bills. And there's a lot of things that could go wrong. It wasn't drafted right, wasn't ready to be sponsored. And so while we may agree with a lot of the concepts, a lot of times bills die because they're just bad, not bad policy, just badly drafted and have unintended consequences. So if we can work on legislation like we do in the interim here and get it correct, then I think they have more of a chance of survival. And the only way we can do that is to hear from folks like you. So I'm really thank you for your testimony and for everybody else that will testify, because it does inform us. And so and that's way, and when we're informed, we can make better legislation. So I just want you to know that some of those bills, while I agreed with, I had to vote against because it was a bad bill.
Senator,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you want?
I just wanted to comment back, Senator Pappas. But the property tax bill, I would say, excuse me, the cap has had years. It's been brought by a senator and a representative for years. There's no reason we don't have a cap now if it's wanted by legislature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Ide has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to keep popping in here, but I just wanted to make a comment to you, Jan, and your husband for your efforts over the years for defending liberty and not just coming one and done. You've wore out a lot of shoe leather, you and your husband, training people on what freedom and liberty really is and trying to get the right candidates elected to, you know, get rid of some of this bad property tax legislation. So thank you for being here in your comments.
Okay, so any other questions, Ms. Loftus? So your number one is caps.
No, sir. I said number one is the property tax holiday that Representative Locke brought because it was immediate. It was that year, if I understand right. And then caps can only affect for the next year. And those are stopgap measures and until we get something good. But as I said, you might be working on acquisition or something else for several years. Those things that have to go to the Constitution and acquisition, it was changed in the Senate to not have legislation till 2025, thereby not getting on the ballot till 2026 if it goes to the ballot.
Okay. Welcome. Introduce yourself, please.
Chairman Harshman, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Rick Vine, Sheridan, Wyoming. I was born in Sheridan, grew up in Dayton, earned a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering in 1979 from the University of Wyoming. I then chased an oil field career around the world and returned to Sheridan in 2000. The home we bought then, we paid $800 a year in taxes. The estimated taxes on that same home in 2003 are $3,694, quite a substantial increase. The 3 points I'd like to make today is we need to do something regarding property taxes for the residential side of things. And the acquisition value is one that I favor if we can figure out the terms to do that. The second item is the property refund program. While it's nice for helping people, I think it's a discriminatory against people who don't qualify for the refund. And it's also a redistribution of wealth from those who don't qualify to those who do qualify. And the third item I'd like to point out is the state of Wyoming. All of the residents have historically been subsidized by the mineral industry, both coal and oil and gas. I'm part of the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry, and particularly in Wyoming with all the federal lands, is currently under siege by the federal government. So we need to do something about spending. It's like, I have no problem supporting a lot of these projects, but like local project, building a sidewalk from the town of Dayton to the town of Ranchester, which is 5 miles long, would be beneficial for some people so that if those people want to have that built, go out and get capital funding, private capital funding to support the side of that project to get it built. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any questions of Mr. Vine? Okay, appreciate you being here today and your testimony. Thank you. Okay, any other folks? Boy, we got 2 open seats, so please come up and.
Hello. My name is Craig Loftus. I live in Johnson County. I've been in Johnson County for about 3.5, 4 years. Before that, I was in Sheridan County for about 20 years. I've given Sheridan County a ton of money, ton of taxes, and I'm really getting rolling here. I'm starting to give Johnson County a ton of taxes as well. They're doing a real good job sucking up taxes from big time taxpayer Craig Loftus. So 1776, taxation without representation. Boston Tea Party. Why in the world would a group of people feel compelled to throw cargo tea into the Boston Bay? Why would they do that? Here we have tax takers, that's you guys, and taxpayers, that'd be me. The entire day was devoted in most part on why and how it is good to take taxes and to keep taxes and to keep raising taxes. We learned of all of the wonderful ways to do that over most of the last 5 or 6 hours. The problem is the taxpayer does not agree with that point of view. For the most part, like during the revolutionary time, there was only about 1/3 of the people that wanted to succeed from King George. There's another 1/3 that wanted to really support King George. And there's another 1/3 that were just apathetic. They didn't care less. They just wanted to do their own thing. My taxes, when I moved to Sheridan County about 20 years ago, was about $700 a year. Not too bad, $700 a year. Over a 20-year period, they went up to about $3,500. That's about a 500% increase. We just learned this last year that our particular tax assessment went up 25% there in Johnson County. So they're being pretty consistent on being real good at taking those taxes. And this is just the property tax. $3,500 in property tax. That's just a small percentage of all the taxes I pay. Pay federal tax, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, gas tax, license plate tax, fishing and hunting fees, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's just tax after tax after tax. And because of COVID, we've kind of reached the breaking point. You know, most people, like the 1/3 of the country during the revolutionary time, most people don't have the time or the interest or the ability to come and testify at these things. They just want to be left alone. Wyoming is an independent-minded people. They don't want government to take care of all of their needs. And they certainly don't want government to take all their money. So, you know, as Ronald Reagan said, you know, just kindly just get out of the way. Get away from me. You look at inflation, you look at COVID, people are, like I say, people are getting to the point that they may be looking for a Boston Bay to throw something in. So my purpose here today isn't to go over the fine tunes, the fine points, the micro points of this tax situation. You know, when the tax code is this cumbersome and this intrusive into our lives, you know, we don't want to fix here, we want to fix there. You got to throw the whole thing out, scrap it. I mean, we talked this morning about exempting gold. Well, that's a pretty easy deal. Exempt everything. Get rid of all of these taxes. Well, how do you pay for the weed control and the roads and the garbage pickup, so on? Keep them. I don't want them. or seriously, use a little bit of common sense here. I said my taxes have gone up 500% in just the property taxes, 500% in the last 20 years. I haven't gotten 500% more services. Let's be honest about that. You think I've gotten 500%? No way. But why not, if you're going to add some noble program, some program that's going to just save the world, we're going to add childcare, or we're going to add Medicare, Medicaid, we're going to add these programs. If you just got to do that, fine, but then take away from someplace else. If I'm raising a family and I've got two kids that need pairs of shoes, I can't give them both pairs of shoes. You get one or the other. But that's the problem with government is that they want to be Santa Claus, but they want to be Santa Claus on my dime. They want to be Santa Claus on my dime.
Anybody have any questions? Appreciate you.
So did you want me to wrap up?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I thought you were wrapped up.
Oh,
I thought
no.
that was it. No, I'm sorry. Are you finished up?
Was that my punchline? Oh, no. Wait.
I thought it was, but
Well, actually, what I really wanted to say was, if I've done nothing else, I would like to change your hearts. I think 2/3 of politicians are really not interested in saving my dime, and 1/3 is. For the 2/3 that aren't interested in saving my dime, I hope, I pray that you take this little story and just think about what the taxpayer is going through. My wife was up here a minute ago. Most of the people that have testified are older people. I'm 72 years old, and as bad as these taxes are, I mean, it's not going to break me. I've saved money throughout the years, so I could use that money to live on my retirement, or I could give it to the state of Wyoming and the federal government and Johnson County and Sheridan County and so on. And I'm going to live through it. But honestly, our kids are not. I mean, what I did want to just say is most Americans know that something has gone wrong, terribly wrong and quickly in the United States. Our country is in an awful decline. Our state is in an awful decline. Our county is in an awful decline. Our family and even our civilization is in a decline. It's very, very, very sick. We've gone to a terrible sickness as a society in just 2 years. I mean, this has been coming for a long, long time, and overspending and overtaxing, that's just the tip of the iceberg. We got an open border and we got all sorts of
I'm gonna
problems.
try to bring this back around to the state property tax. I know, I hear you.
I hear you.
But can I ask if anybody's got any questions for you?
Does anybody have
Any questions?
Rather than ask me questions, what I would appreciate is what solutions, what ways do you have for me, rather than what I have for you? What ways do you have for me to lower the taxes? What good ideas do you have on bringing our taxes down? We'd love to hear them. Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Any questions? Okay, I think Representative Locke, you're not off the hook yet. Hold on. Mr. Loftus, you got a question.
Mr.
You're
Chairman.
not
And
off
really-
the hot seat yet. You
Thank you,
got a
Mr. Chairman.
question?
And this is more,
Representative Locke, go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is more general to all of you who testified. I cannot thank you all enough. I know I didn't tell Hannah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Loftus and Jan and all of you for testifying and coming here and putting all the energy into this. God bless you. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I hope you can get my taxes under control next time.
Agenda. Now we should be wrapping up sales tax, but that's all right. We're gonna keep working. We'll work a little overtime here. And appreciate everybody coming. We're gonna now go through this matrix of property tax relief options that our staff has developed for us. So Mr. Tempty and Mr. Anderson, it's in your meeting materials. Will this be shared? And you'll share this up on the screen too, right? Okay, very good.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, Josh Anderson, LSO. So this document is one that was developed by the Revenue Committee last year. It started out in a property tax working group that the committee had developed and then went on back to the full committee. And the working group had developed a list of just some options that had been thrown out, all different kinds of options that had been suggested to that working group to provide some property tax relief. And that the working group asked staff to just list all of those and then look at the estimated fiscal impact of those, as well as an assessment of potential legal challenges, particularly under Article 15, Section 11 of the Constitution. We heard a bit about that earlier in the Department of Revenue's presentation. And so, I would note just quickly, so that constitutional provision, again, Article 15, Section 11, it's pretty much unique to Wyoming. So we can't really look at what other states are doing in the areas of property tax because they have different constitutional language. There's been a few court cases, but not anything specific to such as, and we'll get to this in a minute, when you look at different types of ways to assess property, it's always been this fair market value has been applied. So there's no cases about what are the limits of different kinds of assessments that we can get into. So the Constitution, just real simply, again, we heard this earlier. It requires all property to be uniformly valued at its full value as defined by the legislature in 3 classes. Again, gross production of minerals, industrial property, and all other property. It also prohibits the legislature from creating any new classes or subclasses, or to authorize any property be assessed other than the rates set for those 3 classes. And then it requires all taxation to be equal and uniform within each class. So what we did when we looked at this list of options that were brought to the task force, or sorry, the working group, we kind of grouped those into 3 different categories. Those that have a stronger argument of potentially violating the Constitution, those that have a possible argument of violating that constitutional provision, and then those that had little to no argument of violating the Constitution. And so, for example, just to kind of give an example from each category. So for those that have a stronger argument of violation, it'd be those that place limits on the assessment of property or that are likely to develop subclasses of property. So for example, if you take acquisition value. There's kind of three areas where, you know, this may be seen to violate the Constitution. And again, I would note off the top here that, you know, this is very conservative, and it's based, since there aren't a lot of court cases, just based on the black letter of what the Constitution says. So so this is very conservative and just providing some information to you guys as you look at this and where you might want to pay more attention. So for acquisition value, again, I think there's three areas to consider. First, it says, you know, it's full value as defined by the legislature. And so it's unclear, you know, how far the legislature can go from something that might be full value. So, you know, could the legislature say every property has to be valued at X dollars? You know, it's not clear where the limits of that power are. So there's just a note there. The next issue, again, this is just for acquisition value, would be the legislature is prohibited for creating classes or new classes or subclasses of property. And so creating an acquisition value could be seen to create these new, like a subclass within property, those that have more recently changed hands and changed value versus those that are older. And then finally, all of these have been discussed to provide relief primarily for residential property. So for example, the acquisition value study is only for residential properties, not for commercial. So to the extent that that would apply only to residential property, again, I think that creates a subclass of property that could potentially be, that piece could potentially be overcome with that recent constitutional amendment that was approved by the legislature last session. But just wanted to note that. So the next, Mr. Chairman, are those that have a possible argument of violation. These are those that do not affect the assessment anyway, but could potentially still be seen to create a subclass. One of these, for example, would be the homeowner's tax credit or homeowner's tax exemption. It wouldn't affect the assessment of the property, but it could be seen to provide some sort of a subclass within there, those properties that are eligible for the exemption versus those that are not. Couple of notes here. Article 15, Section 12 does allow the legislature to provide for exemptions. It's a little unclear how that works with the limits of Article 15, Section 11. But I think it would be recommended to structure that, if you wanted to provide that type of relief, to structure that as an exemption. And then, where was it? And then also I would note that, you know, these types of exemptions there are, as was discussed earlier, there are exemptions for snowmobiles, for personal property that is held for family use. And those have not been challenged at all as creating a subclass of property, but just wanted to note that. And then finally, there are the options that do not appear to create any new subclass or result in any unequal taxation. Those are little to no argument of violation. An example of that would be reducing the 9.5% assessment ratio. That would apply to all property equally. And so don't believe there would be any kind of concern about those types of things. So again, Mr. Chairman, that this is all very kind of conservatively grouped into these categories. Again, just for your information as you consider as the policymakers, you know, what you want to do for property tax relief. So now I can quickly run through here. Dean Tempty is here and he's did all of the estimated fiscal impact, so he can provide that information. So these first group of 6 are all those that we thought were of little to no argument of violation. The first one is simply decreasing the number of mills that are being assessed.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, Dean Timothy with the Legislative Service Office. I would just point out on this one, this $22.7 million estimate was actually based on the January 2022 consensus revenue estimating group forecast. I do have an updated number for this. And this estimate is based on Table 9 in the January 2023 Craig forecast. And the estimate of reducing one statewide mill is now $30.3 million, where before it was $22.7 million. And again, that's just based on the projected assessed valuations in Table 9 of the forecast.
Mr. Chairman.
Any questions? And that's across all property. Minerals is a big part of that, obviously, that big increase here. Okay. Any questions? Members and county commissioners can do this right now, and some have reduced mills in their counties. Fremont has, Teton has, others have, but go ahead. Any questions on this number one now? We're gonna talk about, I just want to kind of go down this list and just kind of so we understand all those. Okay.
All right, so next up, Mr. Chairman, was a reduction of the 9.5% assessment ratio.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman. Again, this estimate that's in the matrix under number 2 is also based on the January 2022 Craig forecast. The estimate based on the January 2023 Craig forecast, and this estimate right here, this was decreasing the assessed value for other property from 9.5% just to 9%. And I would distinguish that from Senate File 136, which was heard during the 2023 session, which was decreasing the assessed value percentage in entire percent from 9.5% to 8.5%. And I can give you the new numbers for both. The number comparable for reducing it by 0.5% based on the new forecast, instead of 37.2 million, it would be 41.9 million. And that's a total including all school mills, county mills, municipal mills, special district mills. And also just to point out here, actually, I'll provide to you the estimate for Senate File 136, which was to reduce the assessed value by the full 1%. And that estimate was a total of $83.9 million. With all the mills, including educational mills.
And that's for the all other class, that bill. That was basically all commercial and residential.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Included in the 9.5%, all other property is actually includes agricultural property, residential property, and commercial property.
That's why that's so expensive. That I think that, what was tell us maybe what's the average home value now in Wyoming? What is that? Is it?
Mr. Chairman, what I can tell you about, the Department of Revenue sent us information last year in regard to tax year 2022. We haven't received any numbers. The Department of Revenue, I don't believe the Department of Revenue has final numbers for tax year 2023 yet. But for tax year 2022, the median assessed value, which again was discussed earlier today, the midpoint was a little bit over $242,000.
That's the midpoint.
That is the midpoint.
So half are above, half the homes are above, half are below.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And then what is the mean or the average?
The average assessed value based on the 2022 tax year was a little bit over 383,000.
Wow. So obviously these super high value homes are moving that. That's a big, okay. So I don't know if I can ask this question right. if we lowered the all other property by 1%, it would cost the pay for that'd be 84 million a year. And what would that give to either the average or the median home? Does that make sense? You have something like that, or can you figure that here?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman
9.5
Harshman.
times 70.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, Chairman Harshman, yes. At the median value of that 242,000, decreasing the assessed value from percentage from 9.5% to 8.5% would, and assuming 72 mills, that would have resulted in a decreased tax of $175. If you go by the 2022 average residential value, reducing from 9.5 to 8.5 at 72 mills would have resulted in a decrease in tax of $276 at that average.
Oh, okay. Very good. Okay, thank you. Any questions on that option there? And that was, I think, Senate File 136 died in committee of the whole on the last day in the House, I think. I think that's what, yeah, that passed through Senate and House Revenue and then died on the floor. But okay, then the next one is number 3 there.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So that's just the idea of funding and or amending the elderly and disabled program as noted by the department earlier that hasn't been funded for a few years. And again, Dean has the fiscal info on that.
And Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, I really don't have an updated number for this. I obtained this number from the Department of Health who administered this program before it was defunded, if you will. And the estimates they gave me, they indicated it would be difficult for them to provide super updated information on this one, just because since they no longer administered that program, they didn't have a lot of the information that they used to have when they did administer the program. But this was the rough estimate they provided, and Chairman Harshman, I'm confident that the estimate would be the same still as what's listed here.
And before we keep moving down this list, is there anyone here specifically wanted to testify on the sales and use tax issues? I just want to make sure if there's somebody who's traveled here or something. Okay, so I see none. Okay, we're gonna keep working then on property tax here, but if somebody had to get back home to Sundance or something tonight, we're gonna interrupt this whole thing and hear you out. But okay, go ahead. Let's continue then. Any questions, members, on that number 3? We defunded that in the last budget crunch in 2017-18, and we tried to pick the best program, and we stayed with, in our judgment back then as a legislature, we stayed with the current program that we've kind of amended last year. So that's my recollection anyway.
Mr. Chairman, I believe your recollection is accurate. I think the last time that program was actually functioning was in 2016.
Any questions on that? Number 4.
And number 4, Mr. Chairman, again, was just the idea of potentially expanding the veterans exemption.
And Mr. Chairman, the estimate in box 4 right here, this is based on not only information from the Department of Revenue from last year, but also from the Veterans Commission who provided information. And we came up with an estimate that if this program was, it's currently for honorably discharged combat veterans. If it was expanded to include non-combat veterans and surviving spouses, the additional impact to this program would be $6,243,876 per year. Mr. Chairman, interestingly enough, there was also a bill during the session which was numbered House Bill 227, which actually tried to double the $3,000 veteran exemption to $6,000. And the department, the estimate I received from the Department of Revenue at that time was the estimate was roughly $4 million per year.
Just to double that and stay with combat veterans.
Mr.
Not-
Chairman, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any questions, members? And then about, what was it, 6 million? No, additional 2.4 to go to all veterans and surviving spouses. Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
very good. Questions, remember? Yeah, Representative Locke has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm just clarifying. So the 6 million is really the roughly 8.6 million with the non-combat, right? Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Or 10 million if you doubled the combat vets. Right? Add another 4 to the 6.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're right.
At least we're, okay. Okay, very good. Any further discussion about that? Okay, thank you. Okay, then number 5.
Mr. Chairman, the next one then was the idea of amending, expanding the property tax deferral program. As we heard earlier from the Department of Revenue, currently that's a county optional program that's available in one county. So this idea would be again to amend that in some way because it would not be, affecting any assessment and would be equally applied. It wouldn't create any constitutional issues. And depending on the fiscal impact depends largely on the details of that and the usage, which we don't have data on.
Any questions in the? Now, this was a bill to. There was a bill, I think, to make it a state program. Is that right? Joint revenue ad.
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was also, I'm not sure if it was sponsored by Joint Revenue, but there was House Bill 121, which also had to do with the property tax deferral program, and that particular bill had a $200,000 appropriation in it, but that bill did not make it all the way through the legislative process.
And I think that made it a state program. Yeah, okay. I that was House Bill, you said 121?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Any questions on the deferral? I just think as we work through these to think about tools in the toolbox, there's some places a deferral will work for certain people. I know not everyone likes that or would choose it, but yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay, on number 6 now.
Yep. Number 6, Mr. Chairman, is to amend and expand the property tax refund program. And this bill was introduced by the Revenue Committee and passed last session, as was discussed earlier.
Okay, so this bill passed the House, right? And then I don't think Senate Revenue saw it. I don't know if you guys are. Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, this one did pass
into law, but I don't think you gentlemen saw it in Senate Revenue. I think it went to travel. I don't know if you were busy or what, but that bill passed. The current refund program is House Bill 99, right?
Yes, Mr.
That was a
Chairman.
joint revenue bill. Yeah. Yeah, that passed through the House. And then, if you back up to this deferral program, what was that? Was that 121?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now that bill, did that pass the House as well? I think it did. Let me look. Yeah, that bill passed the House 42 votes. That I think failed in center revenue. So we'll keep working on that deal and keep. Okay, and then 6 passed into law. 7.
So, Mr. Chairman, now, 7 and 8 are kind of the
Kind of
same
same thing.
idea, the homeowner's tax credit or a homestead or homeowner's tax exemption. This was discussed in various ways. As I noted earlier, I think just with the provisions of Article 15, Section 12, probably makes sense to structure it as an exemption. And Dean can talk about the fiscal impact.
Mr. Chairman, the estimate at the time that the matrix was developed was $56.6 million a year. Actually, budget fiscal staff precise this estimate a little bit, and this estimate actually went down a little bit by precising it based on home occupancy by county. And that brought the estimate for the $50,000 exemption to an estimate of 46.9 million for fiscal year 2025. However, that was based on the average 2022 mill levies of 68 mills, where this $56.6 million estimate was based on the 72 mills.
If you look back and you think about that goes to everybody, and you go back to that number 2, where we reduced that was Senate File 136, or reduced the assessment from 9.5 to 8.5. And I wrote in my notes here, that was either $175 credit or reduction, I should say, reduction in taxes to the median, and 276 to the average, the mean, right? And so how about this? If you had a $50,000 homestead exemption right off the top, what kind of to those numbers that median and mean number? How does that look?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the $50,000 exemption at a 9.5% tax rate at the roughly average 68, 70, 72 mills, pick the number of mills you want to estimate it. It's in the ballpark of 330 to 342.
340 for the median.
Well, actually, Mr. Chairman, that $50,000 exemption would apply at both the median level and the.
Oh, yeah.
mean
So
level.
that's the same. I mean,
Correct.
yeah, I got
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
$340 of tax reduction compared to the, I'm just so I get on my brain, 175 for about half the money. Okay. And the real reason, I think, is because it's targeted towards residential. Is that correct? I mean, you're not, it's owner occupied homes. It's not the big box stores.
Mr. Chairman, that the fact that it is just owner occupied and just residential does bring the estimate lower, where again, the reduction in the assessment tax, the assessment rate would apply to not only residential, but also agricultural property and commercial property.
I see. Okay, sure. Okay, any question? And that passed the House with like 46 votes. It failed, I think, in Senate revenue. I think on a 2-3 vote, when I went back and looked at this deal, but anyway, we'll keep working on that deal. And then, okay, is there any discussion on these type of exemptions? We had a lot of testimony on the earlier day. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for you, Mr. Timpty. We did discuss the possibility of this being a percentage versus this set amount. Do you have any calculations on what that would be as far as the amount of proposed relief or the fiscal impact?
Mr. Chairman, I have not attempted to calculate that.
Senator Cowan, go ahead. Q.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to throw this out there. If we're going to compute that data, one of the easier ways might be back to percent out from the average or median mean house price, figure out what that percent is at the 342. And then you can apply that percent across the board, and that might give us an idea of if we went with a straight percent, what the difference would be. And we'd be comparing apples and apples instead of apples and oranges. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Chairman. Yeah, this kind of goes back to some of the testimony on HB 98 on this, where I remember looking at this in Senate Revenue, and there were some problems with it. Just some of the unequal treatment on that is like the testimony was today, where, you know, you give a $50,000 exemption to $100,000 house versus $1 million house, just for round numbers. Does that, you mentioned in here that that's a possible violation. Is that the violation that you're referring to there, or what is the violation? Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So I think my idea there on the on why this would be a possible argument of violation is simply that while it's not affecting the assessment, it is potentially creating some subclasses. Yeah. And again, that's Mr. Chairman, very conservative.
Yeah, follow up, please.
Yeah, just a quick follow up on that. And I don't know if you guys know or remember that bill or not, but it appears there again, back to some other testimony where that bill was backfilling the cities and counties with that reduction. So essentially it was no benefit to lowering the cost of government, so to speak. It was just coming out of another bucket. Is that correct? Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I have to look at the specifics. That I don't recall specifically how that one worked, but
I think it was there was a pay for that. And we were particularly concerned, you know, in the non-mineral counties. When you got to Niobrara and Goshen and you drop that, it's crushing because they don't have any minerals to make up the difference. And so that's what we're trying to keep those guys kind of whole on that thing. It's not going to matter as much in, you know, Campbell or Sublet, but or these high real estate like Teton, you know, but the non-mineral counties just get crushed on that stuff. But yeah, I mean, these are all these nuances we got to work. But I think it's interesting though, this flat rate. I mean, flat rate can work on both ways, on the front of it or on the end of it. And we can have those debates, you know, whether a flat rate is a fair rate or not, or a percentage rate. And I think those are all good discussions to have. Okay, how about this number 9 here and number 10?
yeah. So Mr. Chairman, these two were not discussed in great depth, but they were mentioned at that first meeting when everyone was just tossing out different ideas. So this first one, Mr. Chairman, was the idea of some type of a renewable energy property tax exemption. And yeah, as noted there are currently exemptions for things like pollution control equipment and snowmobiles. And so that's that, Mr. Chairman. And then if you want me to go on to 10, 10 was the idea of providing some sort of a payment back to taxpayers, similar to what Alaska does out of their other income sources. And again, this one I think was just put in this category just because it was unclear the specifics of that. I do note there in the assumptions that this could also be seen as a donation, and so could potentially be in violation of Article 16, Section 6. But again, these two, neither of them was discussed in great depth by the working group.
Okay, discuss Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Does this one in particular connect to an actual bill that was run at any time, or was it more of just a general discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, yeah, that's correct. It was just one of the ideas that was tossed out as a potential way to give some relief, but it wasn't worked into a bill or anything, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Representative Swan.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would just say Chairman Miller and I did run a bill in 2008, something similar to Alaska, and they did tell us at the time it was LSO guidance that it would take a constitutional amendment to do, because we had that huge surplus, as many, well, very few of us remember now, back to surplus days of those days, but that huge windfall we got in 08, 09, and how could we give it back? And they just said it was unconstitutional, that a constitutional amendment, tried that, didn't get the majority vote. Similar to what Alaska has, to be able to, when they have excess revenues, to give it back to taxpayers unless it's for necessary support of the poor.
So our constitution, necessary support of the poor. That's what our constitution says.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And okay. Going back to 1890, written in 1889, should say. Okay, what else do you have?
Mr. Chairman, so the next three then are the
Oh, yeah, okay.
different ideas on changing how property is valued. So as I noted earlier.
So we're on number 11.
Number 11, again, as I discussed earlier, acquisition value. And all these, or 11 and 13 were both also proposed as a constitutional amendment, which of course would avoid any of those constitutional concerns if that were to pass. And I turn it over to Dean for fiscal info.
And Mr. Chairman, as the Department of Revenue discussed earlier today, the passage of House Bill 100, which was the acquisition value study, and included a requirement included in that study is an estimate of the fiscal impact. So that an updated estimate would be forthcoming is my understanding, and I'll look at the Department of Revenue to see if I have that right. And Director Henson is nodding yes, so.
Okay, any questions, members, or comments? Okay. I think number 12.
So number 12 was the idea of averaging the assessment over several years. So for example, Maryland uses a 3-year rolling average to kind of soften the increases that might occur over 1 year. And again, Dean has the fiscal info on that one.
And Mr. Chairman, the estimate, the $19.1 million estimate was again based on data before the actual 2022 tax year, which grew at a significant percentage. So because of that, the 3-year average estimate is increased from 19.1 million per year to $32.7 million per year. And I actually made some calculations at different years of rolling averages as well. As I mentioned, the 3-year rolling average would have a total revenue impact of $32.7 million. A 2-year rolling average would have an estimated impact in fiscal year 25 of $11.2 million. A 4-year rolling average would have an estimated impact of $70 million. And a 5-year rolling average would have an estimated impact of approximately $100 million per year. So the takeaway from this is the fewer years you are averaging, doing in the rolling average, the smaller decrease in revenue. The more years in the rolling average, the higher the impact.
You know, there's a lot. This is an interesting concept. The more I kind of thought about this, but it's particularly like on improvements. Well, all these issues are improvements, but even if you did this with improvements, and you know, it could give you a chance to ease into it a little bit. You know, you're not going to see that massive spike in 1 year after you went ahead and saved money and built onto your house. It's an interesting. Are there any other states that use this? You just have Maryland there, are there?
I don't know that for sure, Mr. Chairman. When we discussed it, Maryland was the one that was put out.
Yeah.
And so we looked primarily at them. I can certainly do some research and see what other states do this.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would mention though, when values are going down though, it also slows that down.
Yeah,
So if values go down 10%, if you have a rolling average, then the rolling average is going to slow down that decrease. So
Right.
that it cuts both ways.
okay, any questions, members? Okay, and then 13.
And then 13, Mr. Chairman, again, this was also discussed earlier, was the idea of putting some type of a percentage cap on property tax increases.
Okay,
And Mr. Chairman, the impacts listed here are more, the estimates were cumulative impacts that were estimated. And the estimate here is if a 3% cap would have been in place from tax year 93 to tax year 2021, that cumulative increase over those 19 years, I believe, would be that $4.67 billion. Again, since 2022 actuals increased by significantly more than that 3%, that estimate went up. The estimate, that cumulative estimate, if that would have been in place from 1993 to 2022, was just over $5 billion over that 20-year period. And specifically, actually, just if you're just looking at an impact for a year, for example, in fiscal year 25, the impact would be roughly $39 million in fiscal year 25.
okay,
And Mr. Chairman, this one is similar to the rolling average, where in the rolling average, the smaller number of years yielded a smaller impact, and a rolling average of a larger number of years yielded a larger impact. The placement of the cap certainly makes a difference on the impact. As this shows here, the higher the cap, a higher cap does lower the impact.
did you do similar numbers updated for 22 for the 5%?
I sure did, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, rather than the 3.88 billion for the 5-year or for the 5% cap, that impact became 4.18 billion. And again, that's because you're talking about a 5% cap. But again, the increase in 2022 was significantly more than the 5%.
On this 13, are these just owner occupied residential properties, or is it the all other class?
Mr. Chairman, this calculation, these estimates are somewhat of a challenge because the way these bills are structured, it is on the percentage increases on individual properties, which is information which is very difficult to come by. I don't believe the Department of Revenue has that specific information property by property. So this estimate was based on instead the growth of the assessed value in residential properties in the aggregate. And that
So
is
all residential, but no commercial.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Just trying to get that, make sure I kind of understand the number. Okay, questions? Representative Stoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dean, we know from the numbers that Mr. Ryman shared with us this morning about that about 45% of the change in increase in property tax came from Teton County. I wondered if you could understand like how much of the amount you're talking about that would be reduced. Reduced revenues by the cap would be coming from Teton County as well. Any sense of that?
I would have to
Run some numbers.
try to figure
Okay.
that out, Mr. Chairman. These are statewide instead.
Okay.
Homework assignment on that deal for sure. Anyone else? Any questions? Okay, we're kind of coming to the end of this part, and I just want to first talk about our agenda. Don't leave yet though, gentlemen, because we'll probably have. So we've got this sales tax issue, and I'm looking at tomorrow. And I'm thinking electrical generation, we've got the whole half day tomorrow. And I'm thinking right after electrical generation, maybe we can do the sales tax. You'll still be here, everybody, it fits with your schedules, I think. And I'm just thinking that I don't want to move electrical generation back because there are going to be people here at 8:35 ready to go on that issue. We've already blown up sales tax. It's that committee, you good with that? Public, anybody in the public? I asked on the sales tax one more time on that issue. Okay, I would, Taxpayers Association of Wyoming has a little get together for all of us. It'd be really important. I think everybody is invited to stay, and then we mingle and can talk about all these ideas. I'd like to hear from you some more about some of this stuff, and we can just kind of keep working with each other in a group on this. So I've been informed to make that announcement, and I think that is right outside those doors. I am hoping that the good co-chair Beitman will be here tomorrow. He's in travel, so we're hoping he'll be here. And then I think my thought was to get with the good co-chair, and I think him and I get together and we work with staff and work with you and kind of form a working group to start pulling these bills together and have another suite of bills that we can have ready. I mean, we're going to have caps, we're going to have acquisition value, we're going to have homestead exemption, all these things, and have these concepts and they've already been drafted in previous years, but have all those kind of ready. And I thought if get the good senator back, and him and I can work on this, and then we can just get a work group kind of together and get these things tightened up. Would that work for you guys and staff?
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman.
And then we've got our October meeting. And then we've got room for another meeting as we've needed. So if we need another meeting later in November, because it's a budget session, then start till February. So we got some time. We can work into December, hopefully not January even, but to wrap some of these up. So that's kind of what I'm thinking on this property tax to because there's a lot here to go to work on, and we know these concepts, I think, and we're going to learn more and more. Okay, so that's where I'd like to end today. Is there any other announcements that you have for us, staff? Anything? Appreciate everybody being here today and all the good testimony. And members, anything else? Senator French.
Yeah, real quick. I know it's getting late on this, what we've been discussing. Number 2, going from that 9.5% to 8.5%.
Oh, okay. Back to
that.
Okay, number 2.
And the cost of that. Did you figure in? There's an increase generally across the state of property taxes each year. So did you figure in, let's say that $500,000 home going from 9.5% to 8.5% is a certain cost? Did you factor in going forward, maybe the state average of property tax increase is 6%, 7%, 8%? How does that reduce that number?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, Senator French. Yes, they are based and actually growth rates for non-mineral properties are included in the consensus revenue estimating group forecast. For example, the projected growth from tax year 2022 to 2023 was projected at 9%. And then it was projected at 3.5% for every year after that throughout the forecast. So yes, growth was built into the numbers.
Senator French.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
follow
yeah,
up.
you're good.
So that number, going from 9.5 to 8.5, and then that 9% you said growth rate, whatever. What effect does that have? I mean, that assessment is going up, so that cost will to the whoever getting mills or whatever will go down, correct? If I'm trying to get my point across.
Go ahead
there.
and just repeat that again. Just say it.
So-
So we all.
It going from 9.5 to 8.5 was a certain cost on that property, right? I think you said $90 million or something like that. But if those properties are going up 8-9% a year, that softens that number. That number is not as high as going from, 9.5 down to 8.5. That your evaluation is higher, so your more taxes at 8.5%. You know what I mean?
I do see what you
I'm trying to get.
mean, Senator French. My response is still, it is based on the projected growth rates within the forecast for the non-mineral property. So I feel like it's accounted for in the estimate.
Is that just, and that's just a 1 year snapshot in time? On number 2 there, this 83.9 million, that's 1 year, right? That's just. And so I think what the senator is saying. Let me just repeat what I think you're saying, and then if we're wrong. It might even cost more the next year of what would have been at 9.5, but the 8.5 is going up too. So your actual money that is collected at the county level is going up, even at the same time, what could have been at 9.5% is going up as well.
Right.
They both go up.
If it's lower to 8.5 and the property values are going up, you're still getting possibly more money or as much, or the impact will be way less than that number is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, it's going to keep growing.
Although, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, Senator French, the measurement of the estimate is against current law. So
Yeah.
based and the growth rates built into the forecast.
The other part of this, and I don't want to blow our minds here at the end of this thing, but the Constitution talks about the 4 percentage points or 40%. And if you do the 40, well, you think 4 percentage points from 11.5, well, we can go down to 7.5. Well, 40% is like 8.3. And I mean, 4 points would make a difference if we had a 20% tax rate. You could go to 16, no problem. But that, I was just doing a little math scratch earlier, getting ready for this meeting, and I anyway, I was always thinking 7.5, but it's not 7.5, it's 8.3 right now, 40%. So that's a constitutional issue as well. It's not, I always assumed it was 4 points.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, actually, Senate File 136 as introduced was going to try to decrease
Oh, it
it
was.
from 9.5 to 7.5%. But you are correct. To be within those constitutional parameters, the other property couldn't be assessed at any lower. The number is 8.21
Yeah,
something. So the closest quarter point would be like 8.25% is as low as it could be moved to, with industrial at 11.5.
And I didn't think I was going through these 190 pages of that stuff today, and I saw that, and I got a hold of the director. I said, I think you left part of the Constitution out. And then I started scratching math, but so that's an issue out there we got to think about too. I've always assumed it was 4 points, go down to 7.5, but it's not the case, 40%. Okay, anything else now? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned that you'd like to have a working group to work on all these potential bills. I just want to know, are all committee members going to be able to have some input on that effort?
I think so. I mean, members, I think I'll get with the good co-chairman, and I think we can set up Zoom calls and go to work on this stuff. and get a group together and get going. So, I mean, I think most of the options are probably right here, right? I think you saw them all in these. Maybe there's another one out there, but that's most of it. So go to work on something that'll. And I think we've got a unique opportunity also. We've got another shot at constitutional amendments, right, for the next election. So absolutely. And we should probably change that 2/3 introductory vote when we change the Constitution too, but that's another issue. It's way too late to get started on that. Okay, that was changed in mid-70s. Okay, anything else? We're gonna shut this down then, and we're gonna get back together and call to order at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So the Revenue Committee's in recess till Tuesday, June 27th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you all.